Yo, 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 yo. We back, we back, we back. For a limited time only. So, that like button, man. That like button. My phone, man. God damn, I got my phone. Good. Hit that like button, man. Yeah, I've been trying to stop talking about Tisa Towers, but she just can't help it, man. Frank, I'm ready, I'm ready to block myself from Tisa Towers' channel, man. Ready to hide her from me. Hide me from her. Because as long as she uploading videos, it's just that impossible to not respond to them bitches. So, before we get into CSI STI, admitting he a rat, and the judge and on a Diddy play. Yo, this girl did a video. I don't know how long. I think she just dropped it. Talking about how Diddy is hiding money. Diddy is hiding money in his daughter's accounts or some shit like that. I ain't even watch it. I just seen the title. I just like, oh god, yo, she just won't stop this shit. Like, I don't know where she get that information from. I would hope by now she got some new sources because her last sources. I'm if I ready to get Tisa Towers my sources. Tisa Towers, hit me in the inbox, man. I got some sources for you, man. Little rap what it is. I got some sources for you. Because the sources that you've been using this whole trial have been they've no good, man. They've been doing a terrible job of informing you of the details. That's if she really got sources. I mean, but somebody hit Tisa Towers, y'all tell them to keep your news, got some sources for you. Yo, look at this. I ain't even watched the video though, yo, but look at this shit. What's up, Mike? And they doing Diddy dirty, man. Like, we gonna get to Diddy. But look at this. Diddy hiding millions behind Quinn Combs' hoodie line. Yo, how's he hiding millions? So if by him investing in his daughter's clothing line, that's him hiding millions?
Are you ready for Twisted Tea Light?
Hey, yo, this is, hold up, dude, yo.
Calories, Twisted Tea Light. Keep it twisted.
Yo, how's that him hiding millions? Yo, what did he do to you, man, dude? Man, Freak Off's coming back. Hey, well,
that's right.
Freak Off's coming back, man. Diddy ain't stopping no Freak Offs. They coming back 2026. 2026 Freak Offs, like how when Nip died, the marathon continues. 2026 Freak Offs continue, man. Straight up. Tissa tells she just wait for a shot, that's all. Yo, but look at this title though, y'all. Diddy hide millions behind Combs twins. Hoodie line plot to avoid Fed forfeiture. But it's a question mark. That's how they get you. A wild ass title with a question mark. So it looks like she's saying this is a fact, but she's really asking a question. Yo, but this is a wild ass question though, man. Make Freak Offs great again. What it is, straight up. Yo, this is a wild ass question, yo. So what's she trying to tip the feds off? Man, that judge was some bullshit. I'm gonna get to that judge. Bluffing ass nigga.
See, here's the thing. These people may have forgotten.
All right, check out.
Lie. That would be adorable. These daughters announced they're skipping college and launching a hoodie line. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. That would be adorable if the streets weren't saying that this is nothing but a front, because Diddy knows that everything he
Yo, hold on.
knows.
Who's the fucking streets? Yo, hey, yo, Shava, what's up? Hey, yo, she be killing me. One minute it's the streets, next minute it's her sources. Like, oh, which streets are saying this, Tisa? I need to know. Yo, which streets did Tisa get this information from? Do y'all think Tisa is even in the streets to get anything from the streets? Like, I think there she go. And then people wonder why he be like, yo, no, she don't be lying. She just give her opinion. Yo, who? Yeah, I did. That's the same thing like with Vlad. When Vlad had Lord Tim up there, he was like, yeah, well the streets said it was $1 million bounty on your head. Like, who the fuck said that, Vlad? Like, it must have skipped my street or the streets that I roam, because I don't know how the fuck we came to that conclusion. What's up, Siobhan? Hey, that's Snitch Siobhan for the $30 cash app, man. Siobhan stay coming through, man. What it is. But the streets told her this, y'all. I don't know which streets. You got to go to Tisa Towers and ask her what block did she get this off. But the streets told her this. I doubt if it's her streets, because she ain't from those streets.
Loves is about to be caught up in federal forfeiture. So what do? You trot your youngest, well, not youngest, baby love is like, what about me? You trot some of your cute daughters out there in order to create an asset shield, because you know the federal government is about to come for everything you owe them. Yeah, that's.
Yo, so now she's saying, yo, you can't invest. So now what she is insinuating is Diddy better not do nothing with none of his money. He better not invest in his kids, because the feds is coming for everything. Like, yo, he beat the RICO. There's no forfeiture. Did she just do a video talking about forfeitures? He beat the RICO. There's no forfeiture. All Diddy got to worry about is them fucking lawsuits by them sex workers. But here she go. And people like, yo, what you mean she be lying? Right here. Prime example. Making up shit. Pushing false narratives.
That's right. See, here's the thing. Diddy's people may have forgotten that Diddy was convicted on 2 federal crimes of the Mann Act, and that means because he was using Sean Combs Global and Bad Boys Global to pay for it, they're about to snatch all his assets. So he trotted out his cute daughters in order to create a new legacy with his money. But the problem is, it's not going to work, y'all. Let's get into baby. The feds are coming.
Yeah. This girl's hilarious.
Let's not get distracted by those hoodies and these soft launches. Because while the twins were out here modeling zip-ups on Instagram, their daddy is modeling federal convictions. Let's talk about what those convictions really mean. Diddy has now been hit not once, but twice under the Mann Act. That's the federal law used to prosecute sex trafficking across state lines, originally created in the 1900s to stop what they used to call white slavery. Yes, it was old. Yes, it has very sick racist roots, but it is very much still alive in a new way. And prosecutors love to use it when the stakes are high and the headlines are harder.
And that person is
Diddy
black.
just became Exhibit A. Maybe 2 federal convictions tied to the Mann Act. In federal court, sure. But in civil court, you might be able to skip past this. But in federal court, make no mistake, federal court, federal law, federal consequences. And here's where things are getting spicy. Once you're convicted under a federal statute,
this is diabolical work, yo. Do you hear how she making it seem like it's something that it ain't? And she wonder why people said Tisa tells lies. This is the reason why, man. Like, yo, I can do videos on Tisa tells every day. Yeah, that's why I think I gotta block myself from her page. Yo, she owns a digital marketing firm. She owns a digital marketing firm. She's a digital marketer. So which means more than likely she got other people on her team that they promote. That's what I said. She ain't organic at all. She's not organic. She ain't nothing organic about her. Tisa Tells is a digital marketing firm. The fuck's the name of that shit? what's the name of the company that own like Jelly Smack? Jelly Smack on Crime Network. Tisa Tell's organization is the Tattletales. Tattletales is a digital marketing firm. Let me show y'all. Show y'all. Tattletales LLC.
According to Wikipedia, Tattletales is an American game show produced by Goodson Todman Productions in association with Fremantle.
It's Tattletales.
The program had 2 runs on the CBS daytime schedule between February 1974 and June 1984.
Shit, I fucked it up again. I fucked that shit up on my computer. I ain't ready to go on all that. Yeah, I hate my fucking computer sometimes. For some reason, your computer don't. My computer search engine is different than my phone search engine. Similar companies. Yo, but yeah, y'all can look it up yourself, yo. She runs a digital marketing firm. Yeah, she runs a digital marketing firm. It's called Tattletales. Yeah, I see it froze. Are we back? Guess they want me to stop talking about Tisa Towels, man. Are we back now? And somebody let me know in the comments. Is it still frozen? What's up, Ben? All right, bet. All right, so look, Wi-Fi real quick, yo, because she gonna making crazy ass innuendos. Yo, but CSI STI then exposed itself as a rat, trying to prove his point. He just exposed himself as a snitch. Now Byron Blake been on top of CSI STI and 1090 Jake been on them niggas' heels.
And we are back with another one.
But this video right here is hilarious because this nigga really thought that he was clearing his name, but he really exposed himself. He really exposed himself. And I agree with Brian Blake. He don't have to even. We don't need to see nothing else. He exposed himself by reading these court transcripts that he is a rat, and the information he gave led to the conviction of 4 people, including 3 people, including his brother.
Like this time, the cop calling Crip really has some explaining to do. So let me tell y'all what's going on, man. Ceddy Nash attempted to explain away his snitching allegations by producing sentencing transcripts from his brother and the other guy's case. What he actually did was confirm that someone was arrested as a result of the call that he made.
That's his name, bro.
Convicted
he wanted that name. Why else would you go to the if you don't want to be known as CSI STI? Why else would you go to a crime scene and do CSI investigative work? You feel me? He deserved that. He earned it. He earned that name, yo. By going to the crime scene when Lil Ronnie and his daughter died, he earned the name CSI STI. I mean, he probably an honorary member. They probably call him out sometimes. You know, like when crime is running rampant and they need an extra head, like he like a volunteer firefighter. That nigga a volunteer CSI agent. Yeah. That nigga fucking volunteer CSI agent. They call him up, yo, when they get too many calls, yo. They like, yo, we can call CSI STI. He'd come from anywhere. It don't matter if he in Atlanta. It don't matter if he in Oklahoma. The crime could be in Chicago. His ass coming. You heard me? He'd travel CSI agent.
Of the call he made.
Like a traveling nurse.
Ceddy doesn't have a criminal history with regard to going to prison and things like that. So he assumes that he can dupe everybody by saying, if I told on these guys, why didn't they go to jail for aggravated assault charges or, you know, shooting at somebody, attempted murder or things like that? And what he's not getting is that the justice system always allows people to plead out for lesser charges. You might get arrested for murder and end up pleading out for voluntary manslaughter or something. So in this case, these guys got arrested for the gun, and then certain people were allowed to plead out for probation violations for just being around the gun and not actually get a criminal conviction with a new case. But somebody was convicted for having that gun. Somebody in that car was convicted for having that gun. Let's dive into this.
So let's get into it. Because cats about to try to make a name for themselves, but we ain't finna worry about none of that stuff and everything like that. What I do have is the actual factuals. And I can tell you exactly what happened regardless of anything that y'all see.
I ain't gonna lie. That's the first red flag. Anytime you at a paperwork party and somebody get to talking about, well, I can explain to you what you see. No, don't explain. The paperwork's supposed to explain to me what I see. So that right there is the first red flag. That's saying you're going to see something that look crazy, but I can explain it. People always want to explain they snitching, man. You snitched. It is what it is, bro. But let's get into this. Let's keep going because this video proves it. This video proves that Ceddy ratted.
See, I was going to blur out names and all that and everything like that, but you know what? Niggas ain't finna spare nobody, so it is what it is. Here you go. In the Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Sacramento, Department 61, the people of the State of California versus Cepeda Adams defendant. That is my older brother. He's older than me by 2 years. By the way, just want to put that out there for you. Versus Kavion Robinson, defended. The people of the State of California plaintiff and Damian Williams, defended. The above the title matter came on at the date above set forth before on the Honorable Michael A. Savage, Judge of the Superior Court of the State of California, County of Sacramento. Reported Araceli Placencia, CSR, we ain't finna read all that. J.S. Scully, Paulito Duran, Conflict Criminal Defenders, Justin Ward, and then Conflict Criminal Defenders, Alan Donato. Those are the people. Now, Tuesday, April 7, 2014, morning session. Appearances of counsel. Defendants, change of pleas. Defendant Adams, judgment and sentence. Defendant Robinson and Williams, judgment and sentence. Certified of court reporter. Proceedings in the matter of the people of the State of California, plaintiff versus Cepeda Adams, defendant, case numbers 11FO 3006 and 14F00622, Kavion Robinson, defendant, case number 14F00622, and Damian Williams, defendant, case numbers 11F01346 and 14F00622.
Another thing that I want to point out to y'all is that all of them have 2014 case numbers. If you listen to all of those charges that Ceddy just read off related to each person, they all have a 14 case number. If you're familiar with case numbers and stuff like that, then you know that the beginning of your case number will be the year that you caught the case. So all of these guys are on probation from 2011 or whenever, but they all have 2014 case numbers.
More boxes, more options. Granger has over 1,700 box types in stock and ready to help you pack, store, and ship everything. And you can count on Granger to do.
We already addressed that, album. They don't want to accept the fact that that case is in limbo. The federal government overreached in that O-Block case. It's in limbo. A lot of things was illegally done. That's why the sentencing takes so. I said that shit's fired a year ago.
Before the Honorable Michael A. Savage, Judge of the Sacramento Superior Court, County of Sacramento, State of California, sitting in Department 61, the people represented by Satam Ratu, Deputy District Attorney in and for the County of Sacramento, State of California. Defendant Cepeda Adams was personally presented and represented by Andrew J. Reed, Assistant Public Defender in and for the County.
So Ceddy Nash's brother shot at him, probably for being a snitch. I don't know. That's just me speculating. probably heard he was a snitch and shot at him, and said Nash told on him.
County of Sacramento, State of California, the defendant, Kavion Robinson, was personally present and represented by Justin L. Ward, Attorney at Law, Sacramento, California. The defendant, Damian Williams, was personally present and represented by Alan J. Donato, Attorney at Law, Sacramento, California. The following proceedings were then had the bailiff 1 through 4, Adams, Robinson, and Williams. Adams and Robinson are in, Williams is out. The court, are they all a resolve, Mr. Ratu, or all? Mr. Ratu, all of them, the court, all of them. Let me start with the lawyer's appearances first. Mr. Donato, Alan Donato, on behalf of Damian Williams, who was present out of custody, Mr. Ward, Justin Ward, on behalf of Kavion Robinson, who was present in custody, Mr. Reed, Andy Reed, on behalf of Mr. Adams, who was present and...
They must want me to chill on Tisa Tells for today, man. So we're going to let it slide today. She going to do another video, though.
In custody, Ratu. Satam Ratu, on behalf of the people, Your Honor, I can put the resolution or the proposed resolution on the record. Yes, sir, Mr. Ratu. For Mr. Adams, he will be admitting a violation of probation in the case ending in 006 for a 2-year state prison term. The charges in the 14MF case will be dismissed against Mr. Adams.
Now, at this point, I'm starting to think that Ceddy thinks his audience is dumb, just like Jake. Because Ceddy is saying that his brother was sentenced for a probation violation to 2 years in prison, and the 14 case was dropped. And so he's trying to imply that because the 14 case was dropped, that means he's not a snitch. Nope. No, bro. The police report says you called the police. What happened is you probably refused to testify or refused to keep going to court. You know how family had those situations where, like, in the heat of the moment, you scared and you call the police just to get him away. But then you think about it and you like, damn, I don't want to send my brother away like that. So, you change your mind. Look, bro, that's your learning lesson right there. I ain't going to play with you no more. The next time I'm cooking you, leave me alone.
And Bobby Blick did explaining it. So I ain't got to even explain it afterwards. Like he did. Bobby Blick does a good job of explaining the information in detail. Because Nash just exposed himself. He only realized because he's so stupid. He exposed himself for being a rat, trying to clear his name.
Like, that's simple, bro. You think that we so slow that we don't know how family issues go and we can't see that he got a break because you weren't showing up to court and all that? That doesn't change the fact that you called the police in the first place. But yeah, anyway, let's keep going. He tried to dupe us with that, but let's keep going.
So, how do you shoot at somebody? All of this stuff, and I told on a nigga, but his charges are dismissed. He's already on probation. But hey, forget the facts. It is what it is.
You told on a nigga.
Kavion Robinson, he will be.
You told on a nigga and violated his probation. Like, why you think niggas stupid? It's obvious what happened. You got them boys booked. Didn't want to cooperate no more. And they took plea deals and it violated his probation, man. You told, my nigga. But he's going to explain it. Thinking he claimed his name.
pleading to count 3 as a felony for 150 days county jail. Probation conditions are before the court. With respect to Mr. Williams, the people had a motion to amend and alleged count for a felony violation of Health and Safety Code section 11350A for possession of codeine, CODEINE, a controlled substance. He will be pleading to that as a felony for 240 days. So somebody got caught with a gun and got 150 days. Somebody got caught with some lean and got 240 days. Where is the assault with a deadly weapon or any?
Yo, he think niggas stupid. They wouldn't have got caught with none of that. If Sonny Nash didn't call the police and put the police on, they wouldn't have got caught with none of that, yo. Like these niggas think niggas stupid.
Kind of assault. Oh, I'll tell you why. Just pay attention to the very end of the video, and I'll tell you exactly what happened. And probation conditions should be before the court, Mr. Donato. That would be what Sheriff's work project recommended for Mr. Williams. So he ended up getting work project. Damn, a shooting will get you work project, probation. 150 days and a violation of your probation. That's a damn good deal. Is that right, Mr. Ritu? Mr. Ritu, yes, Your Honor, the court. So we're going to leave you out for a moment, Mr. Reed, all right? We will take your last suit. I am going to go to Mr. Ward first and then Mr. Donato. So we will go around with me.
Just like I said, Ceddy is attempting to minimize what he did by highlighting that these guys got away with minimal punishment. You know, his brother was sentenced to 2 years. I think that was the most extreme punishment out of the group. That was the most severe punishment, out of the group. And 2 years for a convicted felon for a gun ain't bad. You see what I'm saying? Or a probation violation for being around a gun, that ain't bad. But if you ask me, the reason his probation got violated is because they knew that, his brother they knew what happened. And that's why Ceddy won't release his statement. He goes and gets sentencing transcripts instead of actually getting his statement because he said something. But, that part is what it is. This is where it gets really, really good. Listen to this part. This is where the proof at.
Can you please state a factual basis for the Robinson and Williams, please? Can you please state a factual basis for the Robinson and Williams, please? Can you please state a factual basis for the Robinson and Williams, please?
So basically what they're asking is, how did this all start? And what Sonny Nash dumbass is going to read is that it started when he called the police. That nigga dumb as shit. CSI STI is ready to read that this whole situation started on January 23rd, 2014, when Ceddy Nash called the fucking police. All these boys' court cases, all these boys got some type of conviction. Ceddy, you told, my nigga. Case closed.
At Penn Station, your ears may hear.
Case closed.
Of you who don't know what a factual basis is, let me explain. A factual basis for a plea in a criminal case is the explanation of facts that support a guilty plea, ensuring that the defendant understands the charges and admits to the conduct that constitutes the crime. In other words, before a judge can take a guilty plea from you, they have to lay out the facts and circumstances of the case that demonstrate that you are guilty. And you have to agree that you did these things in order for the guilty plea to be accepted. Your agreement is not the only requirement, though. You are also, required to present facts in front of the court that demonstrate that a crime was committed. So you can't be charged with robbery.
He on the ass
because you were outside rolling in the grass in front of the building where the robbery
But the
occurred.
reason why he on that ass
They would have to come in and say,
these niggas ain't credible. You know what I mean? That's all he trying to show. Ceddy Nash and 1090 Jake, who made their YouTube money off of exposing people, aren't credible enough to even ever have to. They don't got to say so because they ain't credible. They told. They both rats. It's like Whack 100. To be honest, yo, rats are only the ones interested in doing this type of shit. Well, rats are the only ones interested in going into motherfucking paperwork expose him to be a rat. Now what Byron Blake is doing is he's exposing the exposers. You know what I mean? No, Byron ain't no rat. Ceddy Nash is. Cause they started this shit. They started this wave of looking into people, exposing them as rats. Unprovoked. You understand what I'm saying? Unjustified. Just decide I'm gonna look into yo and like, come on, what the fuck you doing all that for? If you're a rat, you're a rat. It'll be exposed. Everything gets exposed in due time anyway.
Say, hey, on this day, somebody came in with a firearm, blah, 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 you know, and lay it out like that. There has to be something in front of the court that not only demonstrates that you committed the crime, but that a crime was in fact committed. So let's check out this factual basis that Ceddy is about to read, that he claims proves that these guys were not arrested because of him, or he didn't snitch on anybody.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about January 23rd, 2014, in the county of Sacramento, the defendant Robinson committed a felony violation of Penal Code Section 25400A1, and that the defendant did carry a concealed firearm within a vehicle, specifically a pistol.
Now, the cop calling Crip, he tried to speed right by that. Let me rewind that back for y'all, slow it down so y'all can hear that once again.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about January 23rd, 2014.
Let me run this back for y'all so I can make sure y'all get a real good listen. Listen to him one more time. Listen to the date.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about January 23rd, 2014.
January 23rd, 2014. The exact...
That's what he called the police. Name and age, victim, Cedric Adams. That nigga stupid. Yo, he just exposed himself, yo. All those boys got arrested because on January 8th, and on January 23rd, 2014, Cedric Adams called the police on them niggas. He's a rat, bro. Accept it.
Same date that officers say at around 10:30, a call was made about somebody riding up and pointing a gun out of the window and firing. It say somebody pointed a vehicle out of the window, and a lot of y'all been trying to give me slack about that. Listen, that's a typo that's on the Sacramento PD. That ain't got nothing to do with me. This paperwork is real. As y'all can see, there is an actual sentencing transcript that corresponds with the dates and everything, and he ain't came out himself and said that the paperwork is fake, because he knows that all somebody else has to do is put in a FOIA request and they're gonna get the same paperwork. So y'all can knock that part off, but pay attention. January 23rd, 2014, the same date that Ceddy is listed as a complainant and called the police about somebody firing a gun out of a window and him crashing a car.
In the county of Sacramento, the defendant Robinson committed a felony violation of Penal Code Section 25400A1, and that the defendant did carry a concealed firearm within a vehicle, specifically a pistol.
And right there, it tells you that Kevion Robinson was charged and convicted for carrying a pistol on January 23rd, 2014. If you look at this police report, where Kevion Robinson was arrested, they have Cedric Adams listed as the victim, the complainant. The police said that they responded to a call about a car accident because somebody drove by and shot at the car. This is not some random, like, this is you, bro. You called the police and they showed up. And you drove them around. You rode around with them for hours until you found the car. It's really an open and shut situation from here on out. The rest of it is just kind of beating a dead horse, because there you have it. On January 23rd, Cedric Adams called the police. Kevion Robinson was arrested. Ceddy Nash, I don't know what he thought he was proving, but you just posted the sentencing transcripts that show that this guy was charged and convicted based on, you know, the report that you made. How much time he got has no bearing on the fact that you called the police. So once again, providing this sentencing transcript doesn't clear your name. It actually proves my point.
It confirms it.
You gotta go get that statement, bro. Like in a situation like this, if we was in the feds, or even in a state joint, right? If we was in a joint, period, man, you would have got ran off, bro.
He ain't lying.
Somebody would have told you go get that paperwork and you would have came back with this. You getting ran off, bro. And that's why you're looking shaky. It's starting to look more and more questionable. At this point, just go get the statement and let us see what you said. You already admitted that you wrote it.
I don't think you need to get the statement at this. It's obvious. Like nobody needs the statement. No statement needs to be given. It's obvious what happened. He just exposed himself. He read the statement of facts before they took the plea, and it said on January 23rd, 2014, this occurred. Then you go back to the probable cause affidavit, and you realize that the victim was Cedric Adams on the same exact date. You told on them niggas, bro. Yo, Dizzy, what you not listening? We ain't even talking about Dizzy. We ain't even talking about Diddy right now. You must want to talk about Diddy.
Around in the car with
we're talking about CSI STI Nash. I mean, the Crip cop. That's what he called him. The cop calling Crip. That's what we talking about.
You already admitted that, you pointed out the car. They took you to a vehicle and said, is that it? And you said, I don't know. When you were supposed to say no, whether it was or wasn't. You said, I don't know, which left, room for a question. So, okay, let's stop them and search them just in case that might be them.
I think that nigga lying. That nigga ain't say no, I don't know. That nigga said, yeah, that's them. Get him, officers. My brother in that car, lock his ass up. I'll deal with mommy when I get home. Like, nigga stitching ass, nigga. Got the nerve to be out here trying to expose people. You out here snitching on your brother, nigga. That nigga want to try to kill you, bro. He just try to teach you a lesson. Yeah, man, he might just give you a little leg shot or something.
You did that, and you admitted that you did it in 4K. So, go get that. Go get that paperwork, bro. Just go put in a FOIA. In this amount of...
They take Bobby Blake channel. I'm sharing every video he posts until he get back where he supposed to be.
Time that has passed since this situation was brought up, you could have had the FOIA request back and, had this whole situation put behind you by now. It's looking shaky.
Yeah, he told the whole rundown. Nigga, what the fuck is you getting the car with the police for? You told the whole rundown, nigga. Niggas got arrested because you told, nigga.
So it ends up happening. Cops say, get in the car. I'm thinking to myself like, oh, shit, nigga, I'm finna go to jail. But he don't put the cuffs on me. So I'm like, ooh. So then he pulls up to the exact spot that I was shooting at. He said, is this it right here?
Where he was shooting at. Hey, yo, can y'all imagine Ceddy Nash? Yo, stop it, bro. See, this is why I be on his heels, yo. Like, yo, just be yourself, bro. Like, why, yo, like, these niggas be killing me on here trying to perpetrate an image. Yo, just be who you are, bro. You didn't grow up Crip. You're not a gang member. You're not a gangster. You're a truck driving YouTuber, bro. Like, that probably lived most of your life grand. Yeah, you know I mean? Like, why you want, and it's cool. Like, why do niggas act like, yo, you don't have to. I mean, I guess I get it, like, for YouTube purposes. That's always been a thing in the industry where they connect these rappers or these people into these gangs and kind of gain credibility. That's what made me think of a plant. Because that's the plant motto. The plant motto is to connect you with a gang to enhance your credibility. They did it with 1090J. This nigga did it. 6ix9ine did it. Crispin, all of them do it. Like, that's the game plan. But it's like, bro, just be yourself, my nigga. You know what I mean? I respect people more for being their self. Yo, I can have friends that ain't never did nothing street. Not on street time. And they can be cooler with me than niggas that I know that been ripping and running their whole life. Like, yo, it's not about that, bro. Like, why you gotta create a false narrative in order to make a couple dollars? You know, like, yo, you shouldn't be reading nobody paperwork. You know you was dead wrong for reading niggas paperwork. Dead wrong. You was dead wrong for calling niggas rats. You know what I mean? Because you know that never coincided with your lifestyle. That never coincided with your morals and principles. You told in 2014. And he just refused to accept it because he done made this fake life on the internet. Now he got to stand on it. But in reality, all you had to do is just be yourself from the beginning, bro. That's it, and that's all.
I'm like, shit. I'm like, yeah.
So you admit that you got in the police car and identified a crime scene.
So the cop is told, hey man, come down here. I'm in the back. I can hear you. He told come down here. So he busts a right, he go down forward, pull it to the left. There's a big ass vehicle that I did not remember. So it's a big, I think like an Expedition or something like that or anything like that. Car doors all open. It looks like, to my eyes, oh shit, niggas have stole the car and ran off. So I'm like, oh damn. So the cops say, hey, is this the vehicle? I'm like, I don't know.
Like I said, not only did you take them to a crime scene and identify it, but you identified a suspect vehicle. Ceddy said he was in the car. He heard the police say, come down here off of the radio. So you riding with them, looking around, locating spots. You riding with them while they on the hunt out here looking for other vehicles to pull over. And like I said, when they asked you, is this the car? Even if you thought that some nigga stole a car or whatever excuse you just tried to
Ain't
give,
nothing wrong with that, yo.
you supposed to say no. Especially with you claiming that you did something and you called the police and some other shit to throw them off, whatever you saying. You supposed to say no. Is this the car? No, that ain't the car. You got them on a wild goose chase, right? A wild goose chase mean they going from spot to spot to spot trying to identify the vehicle and can't find it. Instead, you like, I don't know, that might be it. Pull them over, flag them down and search. That might be it right there. Come on, man. Like this is textbook snitching, man. And I'm gonna keep
Definitely
it real.
textbook snitching.
We really don't even need the paperwork at this point. By you posting these sentencing transcripts and showing us that this guy actually pled out for the weapon that they found and got sentenced to 150 days for that, that's all the proof that we need. We got the police report showing the date and time of the call. We got the sentencing transcript showing the date of his incident, the date of his arrest, and you know what he pled guilty for, which is a weapon. We don't even need paperwork. It's right here in our face.
Really don't. He confirmed it. He confirmed it without even realizing because he's stupid. Just like a lot of his takes or them trials. Like, this nigga don't be knowing what the fuck he be talking about. Like, yo, if you haven't had, like, worked as an attorney or had, like, extensive, if you haven't been through a situation where you was required to know the law, then, yo, 9 times out of 10, yo, you ain't really gonna know the law, man. You feel me? Like, unless that's the lifestyle you live, but he didn't live this lifestyle. But he speaks on these cases and speaks on the streets like he was immersed in it at one point in life. But it's obvious when you listen to him talk, when you watch just everything about him, it's obvious that the nigga ain't like that. And he get mad when people call now. He say he wanted to fight me. Who said he wanted to fight me? Yo, he's gonna cut a Baltimore. But it's like, yo, it's obvious, yo. Like, just be real, yo. Like I told y'all, like with Tisa tells. If Tisa tells stop lying, I'll never do another video on her again. If Ceddy Nash admit that he is a fraud and he is civilian, I'd never speak on him again. But as long as he's trying to keep this narrative up, like I'm a rolling 60 crip and I done did that and I done did this and we done did, like, yo, come on, bro. Like, what the fuck you lying for, my nigga? Like, just be yourself, bro. It's obvious that ain't what you want. If you was ever on street shit, you wouldn't have went to that motherfucking Lil Rodney crime scene. Like, that was ridiculous. That's how he got the name CSI STI. He wouldn't even have went to that crime. Like, who does that? Who wakes up in the morning as a reformed gang member or a nigga that ever did with the dab in the streets? Who wakes up in the morning and say, you know what? I'm ready to ride to Texas, yo. And I'm gonna go to that crime scene and I'm gonna do a YouTube video and I'm gonna show the people how this shooting may have happened. Yo, that is police work, bro. That's what CSI agents do. That is crime scene investigates. Like, yo, that nigga really went to a crime scene to investigate a situation that he ain't have nothing to do with. Like, yo, that is civilian behavior, bro. Like, all the way civilian. Like, never been in the streets. Cause how did, like, you would have thought that on his ride to Texas, I don't know if he went there by boat. I don't know if he went there, if he rode a bike, motorcycle, plane, car. But you had ample enough time to think that shit over and be like, I don't think this is a good idea, man. Let me take my ass back. Yo, these niggas gonna be looking at me crazy. This nigga stupid. Yeah, right. Civilians don't even do that, Fred. That's like real detective shit, yo. It's detective work.
Sometimes people give people the opportunity to explain themselves just because they want to hear the story. And I think that's what's got to be going on right now in Ceddy's case, because it's right here in our face. I don't know what Ceddy thought he was proving with this whole thing, but what you actually did was prove that you proved that the crime that he was convicted of.
Skip the rental counter with Turo. Rent just about any car.
He definitely proved that he told. He probably took the video down. I don't even know when he did that. I don't be watching, yo, for real. I went to his page to see when he did the video, but I couldn't even find it. I don't know where Bobby Blake found this at.
Crime that you called the police on him for. You gave us the missing piece, bro. The sentencing transcripts with the date of his incident and the incident that he was sentenced for. You gave us the missing piece. We would like to know what you said on the paper, but we got it right here in 4K. You telling us you got in a police car, rode around, identified the crime scene, rode around and identified the vehicle. Like, it's all right here in our face. So if it was any doubt about Ceddy Nash snitching, then it should be a case closed right here. With that said, though, I'm gonna wrap this one up.
I'm ready to call Bobby. Let me see if he answered. 3 people went to jail, man. That's why his brother don't fuck with him. Now he keep trying to make it seem like he don't fuck with his brother, but his brother don't fuck with him because you told on the nigga. Bro, I wouldn't fuck with you either. Where Bobby Blake at? Well, I'll fuck with you even, my nigga. I must have hit Bobby Blake in a while. Let me see. Let's get Bobby Blake perspective, man. See if he pick up. Disturb. I put this phone on Do Not Disturb just in case he called me back. How the fuck can I do this shit? I don't even know how to do that shit on this phone. God damn it. Yeah, though, man. It's obvious what happened, though, man. The boy told. The boy told, put the police on his brother. And all this could have been avoided if he'd have just been himself. Stop trying to be something that he wasn't. Stop claiming rolling sixes.
It's been a very, very difficult weekend.
The fuck is this?
You know, we've had a number of incidences, unfortunately.
The fuck happened?
6 homicides over the weekend.
That's that mass shooting in Philly. That shit crazy. Look at this weak ass lawsuit. They just filed another frivolous lawsuit on Diddy. Diddy lawsuit claims he used Notorious B.I.G. shirt. Come on now. Like, this shit is crazy, man. Like, these lawsuits is getting out of control, man. Now they done threw Biggie in the bitch. But yeah, CSI said he told.
Y'all get out of here. Make sure you. I don't know what Ceddy thought he was proving, but this is how I see it. If you see something different, then let me know in the comment section.
Real, real,
if you not subscribed, if you new,
ain't none of them real. All the lawsuits are frivolous. Every single one of them. But look, yo, so let me show y'all this. They had Vlad TV on and Tony Busby on Piers Morgan. Look at this shit, yo. This is fucking comical.
Issue about consensuality.
I don't know who this girl is right here. But she talking about Elizabeth Evanson. Said she was with Diddy and she can't remember if she had sex with him or not. I guess he's trying to insinuate she was drugged. Yo, this shit.
Censored, Elizabeth. Thank you very much, Steve, for joining me.
Is that Superhead? Yeah, that's Superhead, ain't it? Her name's Elizabeth. So she's going by her real name now. I think that's Superhead, though. What's up, Sharice? Charlene, what it is? Yo, ain't this, what's it called? I ain't know that. I thought her name was something different. What's up, Bully? They didn't went and found this girl. And got her to talk about she don't remember if she had sex with Diddy or not. I guess she got a law. I think she must got a lawsuit coming too. Karen Steffens. Well, that's not her name. I guess she retired that name. That name done been through a lot. So now her name is Elizabeth Evanson. Yeah, man, she just switched it up on niggas.
Thank you for having me.
A lot of people are kind of aware of your history with Diddy, but for those who know nothing about it, how would you categorize your time with him?
She probably had some freak offs too.
My time with Sean was honestly pleasant in the beginning.
Lawsuit coming.
To my recollection, the first time we...
So lawsuit loading, y'all. she got one already in the oven. You heard me. She ready to pull that bitch out. Yo, these people crazy, man.
Matt, we spent the night together, but he was a consummate gentleman with me in that evening. Again, to my recollection. And
yes, she is.
Every other time I saw him after that was in a group setting, so it was fine. The last time I saw him, however, things had taken a bit of a turn. It was after Confessions of a Video Vixen, my first book had been published, and he was seething when he saw me at... Prince had a party at his house, and we were there, you know, of course, before Prince died, and he was scowling at me the whole night, and I found it amusing, but he was obviously very angry with me by that point in our relationship.
Why was he so angry with you?
I don't know.
Well, 4 months before Confessions was published in 2005, we got a call from Sean's attorney, my attorney did, and Sean's attorney wanted to see the book before the book came out. Confessions of a Video Vixen was an embargoed book, so no one could see it. No one would even get it until the publication date, which was June 5th of that year. And so my attorney told his attorney that he could not get the book and that they would have to wait until the book came out like everyone else. And if they saw a problem in the book, that they were free to reach back out to us, sue us, whatever they felt was necessary. We knew that wouldn't happen because HarperCollins is the publisher of that book, as you know, is a News Corp entity, and those attorneys made sure it was vetted to the fullest, so Sean could never sue, he could never raise any objection to it. And I think he always hated me after that.
Oh my
because
God.
I left enough.
They won't worry about that shit no more.
I posed questions in that book that that I think sent certain people down the direction that leads us to where we are now.
Just explain that a little more. What were the questions you think that you're talking about?
Well, honestly, I'm just now getting context on a lot of the questions that I had then. After the trial. The trial gave me way more context. But just about, I think, his sexual proclivities, and what we saw in hanging out with him, the kind of clubs he took us to, even conversations he and I had, one in particular where I didn't understand it at the time. And honestly, Piers, I'm getting new understanding about this line of questioning. I wrote about this in Confessions, where my boyfriend and I at the time had gone to his home for New Year's Eve, Christmas, New Year's Eve kind of festivities. And he pulled me to the side and was just like, we're friends, right? We're friends. And I was like, yeah, we're friends. And like, we're good. And I'm like, yeah, we're good. And I couldn't figure out what he meant. And I wrote about this where I didn't know what he was talking about.
Yeah, well, explain that to me, because I still don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, how can that be characterized? He asked you, was y'all friends 3 times. Now, explain to me now, with this new revelation, what did he actually mean, Corinne, Elizabeth?
He just kind of went on to say, I have kids, I have a mom, and if anything got out, it would really hurt them. And I honestly, at that point in stage, did not know or remember what he was talking about. And so we just kind of laughed it off, like, what's going on with him, and things that he said to my boyfriend, like, don't trust her, she might have her on video with...
Yeah, Exhibit. So she was talking about Exhibit. Exhibit spoke about the same story. I think he gave Exhibit great advice. What the fuck you made Exhibit? I don't know motherfucking ass, man. She fucking the whole industry. I don't even know what the fuck you even doing with her, but hey, do your thing. I think that's what he was saying.
Precarious positions, and this is back before cell phone cameras, so I was just like, what video? I didn't understand any of it. Now after the trial and the things that have come out from the trial, this gives these conversations a lot more context. But at the time when Confessions came out, it did make us all wonder, what was he so afraid of? I didn't even know what I had seen or didn't see, or if there's something happened that I didn't remember from our time together.
Oh my
but he was very afraid that I would say something
now she don't remember.
In the book. And honestly, I think he never contacted us back.
We ain't do that. You know what you did. Come on now. Don't start that. We ain't doing that, Corinne. You know what the fuck happened. Now she act like she don't know what happened.
Because what he thought I was going to say, I did not say. Possibly because I didn't remember it.
What do you think he was fearful of you saying?
I have to be honest, Piers, in booking this time with you today, and your producer asked me to kind of send over some pages from the book. I hadn't read Confessions since I wrote it, and I read it for the audio version, and that was 2005. It's been 20 years since I've read this book. And in reading what I sent over, which is what I just described to you right now, I wonder a lot of things. He was so afraid that I knew something. And I was confused because the only time that we had together prior to this conversation was alone time at his home, wherein I felt we had a good time. I didn't know, he didn't come on to me. He just seemed it was very platonic, I thought. So I was confused as to what was it? And so I have to admit, my mind kind of races now that I have more context of his proclivities and what he's capable of.
Oh my God.
Of what he was so afraid of, what he thought I knew.
Yo, oh my God. So she running with this narrative. So they still running with this narrative that Diddy was spiking people drinks, that Diddy was throwing baby oil on people that was laced with GHB. Like, cut it out, y'all. It's not, none of that shit is true, man. Yeah, 2800, yeah, it is, man. Cause I don't know. I'm just as confused as y'all, for real.
he thought I remembered.
I mean, in the book, you talk about the first time you met Diddy in a nightclub at 3 a.m. You said, right there in front of me, Diddy and Gotti, who was the Murder Inc. Records boss of Gotti, made arrangements to send me to Diddy's house in 1 hour. It was 4 a.m. I turned up to Diddy's home in my SUV. There were security guards in the driveway, all dressed in dark suits with their hands in front of them. They had been expecting me. The things that went on when Gotti and I were together are almost unimaginable to me now. But in the haze of drugs and liquor, it all seemed all right. I was being used over and over again, man after man, all friends and acquaintances of Gotti's.
All right, so we know what happened. Look, she embarrassed. She embarrassed now. Oh, all right, so we know what happened. She freaked off. She was called to provide a service, man. Yeah, we already talked about CSI STI. Yeah, he just exposed himself for being the rat. Now she embarrassed. No, don't get embarrassed, yo. I mean, it's part of your history, man. This is what we know you for. That's fucked up. Man, I should have said that, man. Yo, hey, hold up. We're gonna go back. Let me start reading the books.
With their hands in front of them. They had been expecting me. I turned up to Diddy's home in my SUV. There were security guards in the driveway, all dressed in dark suits with their hands in front of them. They had been expecting me. The things that went on when Gotti and I were together are almost unimaginable to me now. But in the haze of drugs,
Bully, so that's what it is. Fucking with her opened the door for Cassie, man. So she opened the door. She might be the originator, like you said. Corinne Steffens, a.k.a. Elizabeth Everson, is the originator of the freak-offs. She started that shit. God damn it. They need to sue her ass. Fuck suing Diddy. They need to be suing Corinne Steffens for introducing Diddy to freak-offs, man. Just like Jane Dale. Just like we found out that Jane Dale got Biggie killed. Corinne Steffens is the originator of the freak-off.
Right. I was being used over and over again, man after man, all friends and acquaintances of Gotti's. I quickly became Gotti's showpiece. He would turn other people in the industry onto me. I was his party favor. Whenever there was anyone Gotti wanted to impress, he would send them to me and I'd take care of them. I mean, could it be that what Sean Combs was worried about was that he facilitated this very transactional relationship that you had with Irv Gotti? Is that part of this?
I don't think that was it. And honestly, I think it was more insidious than that. The fear, the fright that he had that during that conversation at his Miami home, back in...
It sounded like what Diddy was saying is, look, I know you would exhibit, but I might need another one of them motherfuckers. That's why he was like, we still friends, right? So now it makes sense. So I know why Diddy asked that. So when Diddy said how we exhibit, Diddy wanted to make sure that we can still do what we do. And like we still friends. Like I don't want your relationship with Exhibit to get in the way of the shit that we got going on. That's all it was, yo. Innocent conversation. Innocent conversation, man. She's blowing it out of proportion.
The year that was, he seemed terrified that I had known something. And I just don't know what he thought I knew or remembered.
No, it wasn't that.
The transactional nature of how we...
See, this is how they push false narratives. I'm telling you, yo, that's what it was. If I was Diddy, and that happened with me and her, I would, at that point, y'all know how Diddy feel about his favorite freak. You know how he was with Cat. Diddy don't play about that shit. And at the time, she might have been the one. So he wanted to make sure that, he probably thought it was strange for one, to know what they just did, and then to see her with Exhibit, and Exhibit got her around his waist like she a motherfucking trophy piece. So what Diddy did was make sure that, I don't want y'all relationship to stop what we got going on. That's what makes sense. The shit she's saying doesn't make sense. She's just talking.
Match, and which is why, I said in various interviews before that I was gifted to him. It was because no one asked me if I wanted to go. No one asked me. They talked about me as if I wasn't there. I was...
No, you probably was gifted to everybody. Yeah, okay, get the fuck out of here. This is bullshit. I'm about sick of this shit, y'all. I mean it. Yo, this, I ain't gonna lie, yo. I'm about sick of this. Yo, this gotta end. After this Diddy shit blow over, yo, please let this be the end of this. She felt like she was gifted to her. You fucking around was. The fuck you mean? Like, yo, you, come on. Yo, come on. I don't want to call her superhead, you know, because she older now. She look like she trying to move past that title. But come on now. Can we keep this shit real? Like, yo, what you mean? Like, yo, you ain't never had, yo. Yo, you ain't never had a motherfucking, I ain't gonna say it, man. But yo, y'all know what it is, man. If you know, you know, man. If you know, you know, man.
Property to cart around, and that's what they did. If they would have asked me, I still would have gone. So I didn't hold any objection at the time because I would have still done it. Being 21 and it's Diddy and we're having fun and it's just a Saturday night out in LA.
Alright, so what's the issue?
Everybody knows how much.
What the fuck is the issue? You, if you'd have still done it, then what the fuck is we talking about here? There's nothing to talk about.
Should at all then. Should at all then.
Glass
beaker with the pure bundle. Visit peaklife.com/peers. That's peak, P-I-Q-U-E, life.com/peers. Did you actually ever have any kind of sexual relationship at all then?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did you actually have any kind of sexual relationship with Diddy at all?
No, Diddy and I did not. No, well, not to my knowledge.
Oh, here she go. Yeah, lawsuit coming. Yo, she ready to sue Diddy, y'all. Under the name Elizabeth Overson, so we ain't gonna know who the fuck she is. She ready to sue Diddy because she was freaking out and freaking off in her younger years. Yo, this fucked up, yo. This shit got to stop, man. This ain't right, yo. This ain't right. You wrote a whole book about being a freak. A whole book about it. Yeah, that's how, Siobhan, that's how you know she ready to file a lawsuit. That's how you know she ready to file a lawsuit. She out of order for this, man. She probably ready to file a $50 million lawsuit suing every entertainer that she ever had intercourse with.
What do you mean by that?
Not to my knowledge. I don't. Honestly, I'm questioning a lot of things right now.
Look, now
not to my knowledge.
She was sex trafficked. Get the fuck out. I'm done. I'm done with the internet. I'm done with entertainment business. Now after all these years of her doing what she wanted to do, now she's thinking about it. Now she's gonna say she was sex trafficked. Now she says she was sex trafficked, yo. She was used. Money was the motive. You know what I mean? They used money to manipulate her. Yo, this is crazy, yo. Come on, don't do this. You made a lot of money off the book. What, you fucked the bread up? She must fuck the bread up from the book, man.
No, I don't think anything right now. I just, not to my knowledge, because honestly...
That's a very strange response, though, to not remember whether you did or not.
Yeah, isn't it? It is. Yeah, it is.
Bad,
because honestly, yo. Pierce, before... Before I went through my text, again, I hadn't read Confessions in 20 years. I wrote it. It was painful to write.
It is a shame.
So I never wanted to re-traumatize myself and go through those years again. And think about this. I'm a middle-aged woman at this point. I don't want to go back into my 20s and see what happened. But in gathering information for this interview here, reading that passage again for the first time in 20 years...
She met a lot of people.
I questioned a lot of things, like, well, why was he so afraid? And why did he try to, make my boyfriend feel as if I wasn't trustworthy? And...
Because you ain't. What the fuck you got this bitch fucking sucking? Yo, what the fuck? Yo, what you mean? You ain't. You wasn't back then. I don't know how you is now. Maybe she a devoted Jehovah's Witness or something. But back then, you wasn't. That man, yo, come on, man. Like, yo, stop. Yo, it's too much. It's too much. Yo, it's too much to deal with on a motherfucking Tuesday evening, man. Like, god damn, a Tuesday night, whatever time it is. Like, yo, come on, yo. What you mean, yo? At this point, ain't no telling how many people she done had sex with. You got Exhibit comes in with a like she the motherfucking like she a diamond in the rough. I think Diddy just was like, yo, watch her. I mean, hey, I'm trying to tell you, I know some things about her. I ain't gonna tell you what I know. I'm just gonna say, keep an eye on her. I think that was fair, yo. Maybe he had real love for Exhibit. You know, at that time, you know, that's something that you'll do for somebody you really fuck with. Like, yo, don't get too much. You understand what I'm saying? She might fuck you over on the back end. I think that's all that was. She trying to read too much into it, trying to make it something that it wasn't. Yeah, she on some bullshit. She ready to sue the fuck out Diddy.
Answered your view when you were under the influence of alcohol and drugs?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
Now she don't know.
And
but do you fear that's the case now from everything you've read?
Honestly, yes. Given the context, now that I know, because again, I never knew any of these things about him before. So the things that I learned in the trial, I did not know. Crazy. I never saw that side of him. I did not know. I never understood. And again, in 2005, when I published Confessions, it says I didn't understand why he was so fearful of me, because our time together was pleasant.
So
and I was like, wait, what is he so afraid of? What does he not want me to tell? I didn't see anything at that point. At that point, I hadn't seen anything. At that point, we had, I thought, just a friendly, platonic night together. So I was confused then, and 20 years later, I'm confused now. So to my knowledge, I've never had sex with Sean Combs. We never had that kind of relationship.
God damn.
But you can't be sure.
Given what we know now, I can't be sure.
Now she was drugged.
How does that make you feel?
And that saddens me.
Yeah,
it saddens me.
This gotta be a fucking play. Like, yo, Piers Morgan, stop this shit, yo. Like, he out of Piers Morgan starting to get out of control. This nigga keep interviewing big homie CC dumbass. Like, yo, who the fuck is controlling this shit, man? Like, yo, who is running this? I mean, I think we know who. But it's been a serious slander campaign being ran on Diddy by everybody. Like, yo, this is ridiculous, yo. Yo, they really wouldn't found Superhead. Fuck it, I'm calling her Superhead. She deserve it. I tried to respect her name change, but nope, she's acting like Superhead. If you want to be Elizabeth Overson, yo, you got to start acting. You got to grow up. Like, we ain't ready. You Superhead from now on until we see anything different. Yeah, man, because this shit right here is ridiculous. You wrote a book about all the guys you fuck. Mentioned wild things about these people. The whole industry knew that, yo, Superhead is the go-to if you want to have a good night. Now, years later, you don't know what happened. You don't know if it was consensual. You don't know if you had sex with him. All you know is you had sex with multiple guys that night, and there was drinks. And man, get the fuck out of here. She out of control, man. She out of control, man. Yeah, she reading something. Her lawyer probably wrote it up for her.
Honestly. Yeah, because honestly, during this entire process, I've been shying away from publicity and just letting the trial unfold. I knew things from just being around and people talking, but I didn't know what was going to come out. There's a few things that I saw that without context were strange to me, but I didn't understand them until the trial. And so I've been quiet this whole time, and I disappeared off of social. I just disappeared for the past year waiting for this thing to unfold. In the unfolding of what I believe to be facts, and definitely the testimonies of Cassie and Jane and even some of the men, and then looking back at the text, I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, when he said, if anything got out, and I'm like, and I remember at the time being so confused, like anything, like what got out? Like nothing happened. We hung out. You were kind. At some point I went to sleep. I don't know when, but I woke up and then we had breakfast and you were kind and I left. Nothing happened. I don't know.
Now she just went to sleep without provocation. Now she narcoleptic. She just fell a fucking sleep. Don't remember going to sleep. Don't remember waking up and just leaving. Now get the fuck out of here. Yo, this girl was crazy. Yo, this is fucked up that you can just do this shit to people, man, after all these fucking years.
Pierce, I feel, and just in the last 24 hours, I question what I thought I knew about my time with him.
Lying like a
You
motherfucker.
detailed in your books romantic relationships with
Yo,
a lot of famous people.
she embraced the superhead title. You know what I mean? Like she embraced that. Motherfuckers rapped about it. I know a chick named Superhead. She gives Superhead. Just moved in the building, even gave a Superhead. Lil Wayne rapped about her. Like, though, that's how she even, you understand? Now all of a sudden, man, get the fuck out of here, yo. This shit crazy. This is insane.
From that world, Jay-Z, DMX, Van Diesel, Lil Wayne, Method Man, even Bill Maher.
Look, all the people he named. Look, and she keep getting embarrassed. Don't get embarrassed. Right, yo, you open your sisters to be trip me out. You open yourself up to this type of criticism, or this type of you want the light shined on you, but then when motherfuckers start rehashing old wounds or bringing up things that you've been through in your past, now every time my head go down, I think she bluffing. This is a show. She ain't embarrassed for real.
And just in the last 24 hours, I question what I thought I knew about my time with him.
You detailed in your books romantic relationships with a lot of famous people from that world, Jay-Z, DMX, Van Diesel, Lil Wayne, Method Man, even Bill Maher, LL Cool J, Mr. Carl, and others. You had a lot of famous guys.
She my relationship. There's some nice nights.
Who knows what the nature of what happened with Diddy was about. But do you feel that this whole world has now changed irrevocably as a result of what happened to Diddy?
No, because nothing has happened to Diddy.
She's still freaking off.
Nothing has happened to Sean at all. What has happened here is that
She's still
here's the deal. It's not a Diddy issue. Like, Diddy is a problem, but he's not the problem. Okay, he's not the problem. From Cosby to Combs, Weinstein to Epstein, and everything in between, they're all different tentacles of the same beast. And this is a story as old as time. The abuses of men, men in power especially, men with money. And I think it only increases over time as women become more free and more liberated, being able to make our own money, being able to, buy our own homes, being able to start our own businesses. I think it only enrages the men who hold power that they're losing power. And so I felt that over time, in my experience over the last 20-something years that I've been in this town, that the men are increasingly more aggressive and more so wanting to keep women under control and in power because they are losing power, even legally so. I don't think that the Diddy trial has changed anything other than it probably fuels this issue more than anything, because here's the deal. Two of the toughest charges have been dropped. He's facing up to 20 with time served. Yeah, he's denied.
Yeah, man, what the fuck, Mr. Marcus?
How much time is he really gonna get? Probably.
Man, somebody get Mr. Marcus on the line. Straight the fuck up. We need him. Man, get this girl. She tripping. Yeah, somebody get Mr. Marcus on the line. We need an interview with Mr. Marcus, man. Straight up, yo, cause we need the answers, yo. Why is she out here, bitch, acting like she wasn't living reckless? Living young, wild, and reckless. You know what I mean? Like, that's how you was living. So you lived a fast life, right? Now she acting like, since she a little older and changed her name, she trying like we forgot. No, we ain't forget. We ain't ready to do that. You loved it. You loved it when it was going on.
3 years, might be out on probation, might have to wear an ankle bracelet like Martha Stewart, and everything's going to be fine. And then what happens is that no one's paying attention to the fact that there are a lot of men who aren't saying anything, who are very quiet, as well as men especially, and women, who are supporting him. And I fear, even with everything that we've heard, let's say none of that was true. We saw something, however, that tells us something about this person. We saw a videotape of him brutalizing Cassie, and that tells me everything I need to know about this person's character. So even if nothing else was true, that alone is enough reason for him to be canceled indefinitely. But I fear that's not what's going to happen. Yo? I think this is just emboldening.
We ready to make her a woman's advocate? Yo, we is not ready to make Superhead a woman's advocate. I hope not. Yo, I hope we ain't going to this direction. yo, we not. Yo, we ain't no way. We ain't no way. This the route we going into 2026. Ain't no fucking way, man. Like, yo, this is crazy. Who put this together?
Emboldening more men to do the same thing, because guess what they're going to do? They're going to get away with it. There are men in this industry who have left this country, who are now living on islands and in different countries, you know, to escape persecution from things like this. There are men that I know personally who are involved in this, who have done things similar to this, who have parties like this. Diddy's not the only one. This is not a Sean Combs problem. This is a societal community issue here in this town. And it's not just the artists. It's also their attorneys, their publicists. It's the hotel.
He is not doing this, yo. Like, why, yo, this is, I can't believe you listen to this. Yo, I don't even want to say this, yo. Yo, but why, right? Yo, we living in this world where equal rights. Women want equal rights. And it's cool to have equal rights. But then they don't want to take accountability for their own actions. Like, yo, women are the only people, and it's not all women. So let me preface that. But women are the only people that can make mistakes and blame other people. You understand what I'm saying? They can make mistakes and blame other people, and that's it. Like, be totally void of any motherfucking accountability for the whole situation. Yo, she wanted to get in the industry. She fucked her way in the industry. That's what she did. She was praised for it back in the day. She accepted it as reality back in the day. Now, fast forward. Now she's trying to act like she was a victim. Veronica funny as shit. That's my fault. I can't blame nobody. I can't blame nobody. But now she a victim though, man. Like, no, you wasn't a victim. You was a full participant, just like Cassie was a participant, just like Jane Doe was a participant. Like, yo, you made a decision. You made an executive decision. And now she living with regret. Now, since they trying to come down on Diddy for all this bullshit, now she thinks she got a case. Like, yo, get the fuck out of here, yo. That's why I was happy that Diddy beat the main cases, the main counts. Because, like I said before, you don't want to make this a thing. You understand what I'm saying? You don't want the federal government to start being able to prosecute you for things you're doing in your bedroom between consenting adults. You don't want that to become the normal, yo, because once it becomes the normal, once it sets a precedent, now you're going to have a whole bunch of this type of shit going on. A whole bunch of people living with regret, and now they found a pathway to make some money or a pathway to whatever, and now you're going to have a whole bunch of black men getting locked up for shit that they ain't even do for real. Shit that was made up. Like, oh, this girl was freaking off at a high level. You know what I mean? She was Cassie before Cassie. You understand what I'm saying? High level freaking off. And she wrote a book about it. She was proud about it. Now, she a victim. Man, get the fuck out of here, man. Now she a victim. This shit crazy.
I was brutalized in a hotel, and guess what happened? That tape disappeared. When I went to get my police report from the police station, it was destroyed, all within 48 hours to protect the person who had brutalized me. It is systemic. So it doesn't matter, you know, if Diddy gets off or not, in the sense that it won't stop anything. I think if anything, it makes it all worse.
Well, that is a sobering way to end. But thank you very much indeed, Elizabeth Overton. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Well, to debate all this, I'm joined by Tony Busby,
Jane Doe was definitely
DJ Vlad, commentator and host of Vlad TV, and our very own uncensored contributor, Esther Krakow. Esther, as we listen to that, what were you thinking?
Fox, what the hell? Fox, where the fuck you get that from? No, I'm just saying, yo, at some point, yo, when do she take accountability for their own actions? You understand what I'm saying? Like, yo, only way people gonna do what you allow. You can't quid pro quo me, man. These people wanted to get in the industry. Who fault is that? Like I said, if you want to talk about victims, the victims are the people that didn't want to do anything. The victims are the people that didn't sacrifice their integrity. The victims are the people that didn't want to fuck to get to the next level. Those are the victims. Those are the victims, not the people that's willing to do anything to get on. You can't claim a victim after that. How you gonna claim a victim after that? You want it on. Like I always say, Foxy, you might be new here, but if you willing to sell if you put your soul on Facebook Marketplace, somebody gonna buy that bitch. You understand what I'm saying? It's a market for soul selling and buying, and these people sold their soul. They sold their soul. But they didn't say no. You're right. They do got the right to say no. But they didn't say no. They didn't say no. They agreed to it. They wanted it. With hopes of, if I fuck Diddy, I might can get on. I might can get a bag. I might can get a baby. Now it don't go that way. Now you're a victim now. No, you're not a victim. You just ain't play your cards right. You played the game and lost. You understand what I'm saying? That nobody was being threatened. Foxy? Like, there's no proof, even with the Cassie video. There's no proof that she was running from a freak off. That was a false narrative put on by the government. Then he didn't drag her back and beat her up because she left a freak off. Then he beat her up because she took his phone and took the bag of drugs, man. The sex worker that supposed to have been in that room, because they said it was a sex worker in that room, he never testified. He never testified. So by him never testifying, I don't even think that story is true. Because how don't you bring him? That was the most important key witness to the whole situation. That would have closed the door on sex trafficking through force or coercion. Automatic guilty. Cassie tried to leave a freak off. We got a witness here that's seen it, that can testify to it. He beat her up and brought her back. Case closed. They ain't bring that person because that person don't fucking exist. It was a lie. It was a lie. Diddy and Cassie got a beef for whatever reason. Cassie took the phone and she took the drugs. And whatever happened. No, I don't agree with domestic violence, but it wasn't sex trafficking through force or coercion. Nobody forced Superhead to be fucking Superhead. That's how she lived her life. She wanted to get on. That's her problem. You can't blame nobody for that, man. Like, oh, that's what I'm saying. Where do accountability lie? Who does it lie on? Superhead sold her soul, man. She sold her soul, man. And she fucked a lot. You know what I mean? She did a lot, but that was her fault. That's her fault. That ain't nobody's fault but hers. She wasn't beat up and made to perform that way. She did that shit because that's what the fuck she wanted to do. Like, man, y'all be tripping me out, man, with this shit, man. This shit fucked up, yo, because, yo, you shouldn't just be able to do that to people. No, we ain't giving nobody no pass. Yo, if you, that's Foxy. If you sell your soul, somebody gonna buy it, man. That's just what it is, yo. If they want to stop this shit, the feds need to put a fucking they need to make soul selling a crime. That in all of this. If the federal government and the state start making soul selling a crime, that is now when they start coming down on people, I'm like, oh yeah, she did sell a soul, but you can't just lock up the buyer. You gotta lock up the seller too. The seller and the buyer both gotta get charged. That's the only way I can agree with this shit. Yo, I say it all the time. If Cassie would have been who? If Cassie career would have turned out to be Sierra, Yo, they can't. We wouldn't have heard from them. We wouldn't have heard no lawsuit. It wouldn't have been no lawsuit. It wouldn't have been no allegations of sex trafficking. It wouldn't have been no witness. It would have been none of that. If 50 baby mother would have been Kim Porter, we wouldn't have heard from none. We wouldn't have heard from these people. All of these people was upset that they didn't get what they thought they should have got out the situation. That was the issue. That's their fault. Usher ain't say nothing about Diddy. Foxy, where you getting this from? Usher never confirmed that Diddy did anything to him. Justin Bieber never confirmed Diddy did anything to him. That's all false narratives pushed by social media. Now that video with Justin Bieber and Diddy do look wild as a motherfucker. You feel me? But they don't say he sexually abused them. He might just thought Diddy was a creep. You know what I mean? Diddy might have did some shit. I don't know. J-Lo, right, exactly, like J-Lo. Perfect. Good example, Rizzo. If Cassie's career would have turned out like J-Lo's, we wouldn't have heard from Cassie, man. We wouldn't have heard from her. There'd have been no indictment, no lawsuit. Cassie would have been living her life 100 freak offs later. You know what I mean? She probably, I think Cassie, she probably still been freaking off as we speak. We wouldn't have heard nothing from her. But since it didn't go that way, and since they say that Cassie was living at a boyfriend mother sleeping on the couch, now Diddy sexually assaulted me, he sex trafficked me, he did this, he did that. Usher didn't say that, Fox. What Usher say? What was the exact words that Usher said? What did Usher ain't say nothing, but he went to Diddy camp. He seen some wild things there, and he wouldn't allow his son to go. That's all Usher said. Usher ain't say Diddy touched them. Jane Dale line ass put that bullshit out there, and people really listen to Jane Dale. Jane Dale just went on the fucking platform the other day and blamed Diddy for being fired. Like, how the fuck is it Diddy fault that Biggie died on your watch? Gotta fire the whole team, nigga. The fuck you talk about? If I was, and I think that's what happened. If I was the head manager at that firm that Jane Dale was working for, once Diddy got murdered, I'd have fired every single fucking one of them. But now Jane Dale blaming Diddy for that. Man, get the fuck out of here, man. I should never say that, Foxy. I should never said that. I don't know, you just made that up. I don't know who the fuck told you that, but that is no way on the internet. I can show you what Usher said. Usher was on Howard Stern, and he talked about the motherfucker. He talked about the motherfucking Diddy cat.
I mean, what she said at the end there was very poignant. This is not a Diddy problem. This is an industry problem. I do find it quite telling that she said she was brutalized as well in a similar fashion that Cassie was. And then within 48 hours, the tape vanished. And I think
but she didn't say she was brutalized by Diddy.
The nature of the system. We used to say that all you need is consent, whether it's signed consent or yes, we're good to go.
See, what's going on is, these people push false narrative for so long, they just can't let it go. They push these false narratives for so long that they just can't let it go. Like, just admit to your viewers, admit that y'all lied to y'all viewers. Piers Morgan, Tisa Tells, Long Crime Network, Nancy Grace, and so on and so forth. Just put out a y'all can make a joint statement. You know what I mean? You put everybody's name on that bitch. Piers, all of them. We apologize for misleading y'all. We told y'all that Diddy was molesting children. We told y'all that Diddy was Lucifer. And just apologize, man. It's much simpler. But instead, they gonna keep fucking with these false narratives, keep pushing them till it ain't no more pushing left. What the fuck? It's fucking spider, bitch. Think about Pennsylvania, man. It'd be spiders. I remember I had a big ass spider on my wall. It's like a tarantula.
But actually, when you contextualize that these women that, okay, yes, they are drawn in by the glamour of being with someone like P. Diddy or a high-profile person, you can choose the names, they are drawn into the system.
Yeah, but Vlad stood on business after the trial was over. He said there and lied and said, I always said that Diddy didn't do. Man, hell no, you was pushing that shit too, nigga. I remember. Bluffing ass nigga. Vlad, we don't give Vlad credit over here. But yeah, he did stand on business from what I did. I ain't watched the whole thing.
But nothing means that they deserve to be beaten up and treated like ragdolls in the way that Cassie and arguably this lady said. And so we need to be looking at the cultural issue as well. That's the fundamental issue. It's not just about you sign a piece of paper and you can make an NDA, keep you quiet or whatever. The culture is telling women that actually you can be treated this way because you happen to be in this space, and all that keeps everything above board is the legality.
Yeah,
and unfortunately, the culture is our problem. It's not the problem of the federal prosecutors. It's the problem of us as a society. The PAs, the people that are handling their press releases, the lawyers, everyone, they are part of the culture, that culture of subservience and allowing these people to do things that are legally above board but are horrible and just quite vile. I feel sorry for Cassie because I do think the prosecutors misled her. The case was very, very short.
I don't feel sorry for Cassie. I'm seriously debating if I should do a surviving Cassie documentary on YouTube. Like I might. Don't be surprised if I put it out one of these days, because we need to show the real Cassie, not this shit that the real Cassie enjoyed freak offs. The real Cassie booked flights and paid sex workers. Yeah, I mean. The real Cassie is worse than Diddy. Straight up. The real Cassie was fucking Diddy while she was dealing with her husband in 2018. Cassie darkroomed the other dude, made Joe fucker while she was on his made Joe had sex with her while she was on her period. Man, yeah, we ready to do a Surviving Cassie, man. Y'all make sure y'all tap and subscribe to the channel. Look out for the Surviving Cassie documentary.
On many levels, you can't have a conspiracy with just one person. That's not a conspiracy, that's a thought. And so I think in many ways that case was always going to fall through. But I do think that these girls have been let down by a culture that has boiled down.
Don't forget, I can't edit. I can't edit. You know, I ain't been edited in a while, but y'all know I'm one of the best on here. So y'all believe the bad, but not the one with a coincidence. Nah, fuck no. I don't believe all or nothing. I believe the truth. I believe the truth, Foxy. It ain't about believing men and women. I believe the truth. It was testified to that Diddy made Cassie have sex, have freak offs on her period. That's what was testified to. So the sex worker was named in that situation. So the sex worker comes out and said, yo, that wasn't true. Cassie lied on the stand. Cassie called me. Cassie the one that turned the lights off and had me have unprotected sex with her. Then I turned the lights on and there's fucking blood everywhere. That wasn't no motherfucking Diddy. Cassie did that, man. It was testified to. Yeah, I don't believe all victims, Fox. And I don't suggest you do either. You know what I mean? Because these motherfuckers will lie, man. People who lie. You don't believe all or nothing. You don't even believe everything you see. You talking about believe all victims. Don't even believe everything you see. Because this shit might not be real. Don't believe all of no motherfucking nothing. Crit Mac, get out of here, Crit Mac.
Its behavior to just legality and consent.
Okay, DJ Vlad, you posted on X after the verdicts came in. Cassie is guilty of the same prostitution charges Diddy was just convicted of. I interviewed 3 of the male escorts. All 3 of them said the same thing. Cassie picked them, contacted them for freak offs, enjoyed the experiences, and paid them. Meanwhile, she's sitting on $30 million and writing letters to the judge asking him not to give Diddy bail. So pretty clear what your view is of Cassie Ventura there. What do you think should happen to her?
I mean, personally, I think she should be charged with the same thing that Diddy was.
What the fuck? Ain't no kids in this case. What the fuck, Foxy? Subscribe to the channel. We need you over here, man. We need you over here. We need Foxy. Everybody, yo, tell Foxy to subscribe to the channel, man. We need her over here so she can get some truth. Because she been being lied to and manipulated and preyed on. Yeah, so yeah, you gotta subscribe, man. Ain't no kids in this case. It wasn't never no kids. Like all of that was subscribe. All of that was a false narrative, Fox. We showed it in paperwork. We showed it in paperwork. Some of the people that push that narrative, Diddy is sold for $50 million right now. That push that false narrative about kids.
Charged with. Ultimately, he was convicted of prostitution. She was involved in the prostitution. Every male escort that I talked to said that she was the one picking the actual male prostitutes. She would book them. She enjoyed every experience. She was sort of guiding the whole thing while they were together, and she was the one that actually paid them. Ultimately, this is a domestic violence case that's ballooned into a RICO and sex trafficking and so forth. What Diddy did to Cassie in that hallway was absolutely horrible, but that is not what the trial was about. It was about RICO.
It was bogus, bro. Yo, everybody, look, yo, let's run with the narrative that Diddy was running a criminal organization. Yo, every single person that testified was a part of it. Every single person. Right, kid of like, oh, people can't let it go. Kid of, and I get it. It's like finding the Easter Bunny wasn't real. You know what I mean? As a child, that should have crushed you, man. I mean, you feel like you was motherfucking betrayed by your parents. Like, what? Santa Claus ain't real? Nope. I lied for 6 years, 5 years of your life. I've been telling you Santa Claus and he coming down the chimney. Now all that shit fake. It might take you another 2 years to realize, like, damn, that was fake. That's where we at right now, yo. People been lied and they've been sold a dream to, and they just can't come up off of it. You understand what I'm saying? They just it's like dying on a hill. You understand what I'm saying? They just going to die on the hill. They didn't walked up this motherfucking 7-mile hill, got to the top of the bitch, and now it's like, all right, what the fuck we do now? I'm just gonna stay up this bitch till I die. I ain't even going back down. I ain't got time to be walking 7 more miles. And that's what's going on right now on the internet, yo. People is just in denial because they didn't supported these channels. They didn't sent them cash apps. They didn't watched every video. They didn't told their friends about it. And it's hard to be like, damn, yo, they fucking lied to us. And that's all it is, man. And like I was saying, all these people were co-conspirators. They all committed crimes. Logan Paul brought drugs for Diddy. Capricorn Clark set up freak offs. Cassie booked flights. Cassie paid. They all committed crimes. Mia was a drug dealer. So if Diddy was running a criminal organization, yo, these people wasn't victims and witnesses. They was co-conspirators. So how is it fair that Diddy was facing 30 years in prison and all these motherfuckers got immunity? No, that video wasn't fake, but that video was edited like a motherfucker. If you look at that whole video, that situation doesn't look as violent as CNN made it look when it first came out. Like, all of that happened in the course of 15 minutes. CNN put out that video and made it look like all that shit happened back to back to back to back to back. Like, that's not how that went. And I'm not excusing it because I don't believe in putting hands on women. I'm just saying that video was it was mischaracterized or it was sensationalized through edits.
About sex trafficking, neither of which made sense in this particular trial. And if you want to actually convict him for prostitution, Cassie is just as liable for that same prostitution that Diddy got convicted of, but she was given immunity in the whole situation. So I just feel it's really just a messed up situation.
That's a completely ridiculous stance because you know what the consequences of her. You know what the consequences of her not booking those prostitutes. But that's the play. That's how they tricked you. That was the game plan going into it. See, they knew they didn't. The federal government knew they didn't have a case for sex trafficking. But the plan was if I can manipulate the minds of the people so much by showing domestic violence, then I can find them guilty of sex trafficking too. That was the game plan. If I show the world if Diddy is a horrible person, he beats up women, he puts his hands on them, then I can kind of make you believe that he's sex trafficked as well. The jury didn't buy it. The jury did a great job of saying through it and didn't buy it. We saw it in that hallway in the hotel.
Meanwhile, those are two separate situations. You know what I mean? What Diddy did to Cassie as far as the domestic violence situation, is totally different than Cassie enjoying freak off. They're not the same. Like they're not connected and they're not connected. The fact that Cassie loved the freak offs had nothing to do with the fact that Diddy was putting his hands on her. You know what I mean?
In an international chain hotel that were happy to take $50,000 to wipe it off the face of the earth. Those are the consequences. If she hadn't done that, it is very likely that she would have been manhandled in that way, even in the street, and someone would have been able to wipe the footage of that.
That's a lie. They keep pushing this lie. Now, they know this is a lie. Because I know it's a lie. You see what I'm saying? This was like when Tisa tells lies, this is what they do. They avoid certain facts to push a narrative. Yo, it is not true that Cassie in an Intercontinental Hotel situation that she was running from a freak off. There's no evidence that supports it. There's no evidence that came out in trial that supports the narrative that Cassie was running from a freak off. Val, you still think Diddy getting 10 years? You crazy motherfucker. Let me show Val something. Maybe you weren't here yesterday. Let me show you something, Val. Let me show you something. For people that think Diddy will get 10 years.
Basically, Sean Combs, P. Diddy, is going to start at a level 14 under this guideline. And there are circumstances where the court could have added 4 levels if there was force or coercion in the case. But here, because he was acquitted, I think, of the sex trafficking by force or by coercion, and there was a recent amendment to the guidelines that says the judge can't consider acquitted conduct. So I don't think he's going to get those 4 levels. I think he's going to be at a level 14. Now, there is a special instruction under this guideline that if there is more than one victim, you go to Chapter 3 and you address multiple counts, kind of like the grouping rules. So here we might see a couple of levels added because we know he has 2 counts with 2 different victims described in the indictment. So let's say his total offense level is somewhere between perhaps like a 14 or a 16, depending on the multiple counts, grouping rules in Chapter 3. The other thing you have to calculate is Sean Combs, P. Diddy's criminal history category. We know he has the conviction that he pled guilty to for the domestic violence against Cassie in California, but at most that's probably just a 1-point or a 2-point offense. I don't think he has any felony convictions, so he's likely in criminal history category 1. So then when you go to the sentencing table and compare his offense level to his criminal history category, when we look at those who are in criminal history category 1 and levels 14, 15, and 16.
Yo, they is not ready to take Diddy assets. I'm not too biased. I'm just keeping it 100, bro. Like, I'm not being biased. I'm just keeping it 100, my nigga. They not ready. I guarantee you they won't seize his assets. Just like I guarantee you that Diddy ain't getting 10 years. Diddy ain't getting no more than 3 years, probably 2. I'm leaning actually toward time served. That's why the judge ain't trying to let him go. You know, that's the game they play. They do that shit to people sometimes. When they know they ain't got you, they make you look what they doing to Melly. They just make you sit in jail for as long as they possibly can before they allow you to go out. That's the game they play, yo. See, I done been in the system. I know how they operate. Yeah, but they not. They gonna fight that shit, bro. And he's gonna win. You'll see.
That I appreciate the fact that she hold on. I appreciate the fact that she was
not charged with domestic violence. You're talking about a totally different situation.
I guess the question, Vlad. I guess the question that Esther's posing there really is: did she go along?
Vlad must perform freak offs too. That's why. Look, you know, Vlad must be freaking off. He think he's slick. That's why he defended Diddy. He ain't defended Diddy the whole trial. Now he's like, man, shit, fuck that. Once he found out it was freak offs going on. Shit, Vlad, like, hell no, I freak off too. Fuck you, me. We ain't ready to do that. We ain't ready to start criminalizing freaks. Vlad think he's slick. I'm more than you, Vlad. I see the fuck you got going on, nigga.
So apparently consensually, with all the freak off stuff, with all these escorts, because she
admitted to that.
Well, hang on. My question is, did she go along with it in the apparently consensual way? Because she was in fear of retribution from Diddy in a way we saw with the beating.
No, I don't think so. At the end of the day, this was an artist that had one hit song 20-something years ago. She had the ability to leave at any point. She was signed to a label, but labels leave artists that don't react constantly. She could have went. She stayed because she wanted to be in that particular situation. Now, people are going to argue with me and so forth, but at the end of the day, she stayed because there was no one else that was offering her a record deal. There's no one else that was spending millions of dollars on her. There's no one else that was showering her with gifts. So she decided to stay, and ultimately, at the end of the day,
she sold her soul. That's what I'm saying. Like, we can't be mad at Diddy for buying Cassie's soul, man. Like, how we gonna be mad at Diddy for that? She shouldn't have sold the bitch. She should have kept her soul intact, man. Yo, that's just how people is, yo. If people see you willing to do anything and anything to get money, it's gonna be people that's willing to use that against you, man. Is it right? No. But is it a thing? Yeah. Is it criminal? No. You feel me? Like it ain't criminal that did that. She was willing to sell her soul, yo, and Diddy was willing to. Okay, you want to be with Diddy. I mean, Diddy like the party. We know that. You know, Cat Williams said it. Diddy like the party. You gotta tell him no. You feel me? So Diddy likes the party. So if you want to be with Diddy, if you want to be in my orbit, yo, we gonna party. And the way I party, Diddy parties. He said this shit to Fabulous. You know what I mean? Like, we just using his words against him. Diddy parties. So if Cassie wanted to be around Diddy, she got to party too. You feel me? Now, that was a choice she made. You don't have to party. But you don't have to be around me either. So it's either you going to be around me at party or you not, and you can go live your life, but you ain't going to have the benefits of Diddy around. And they made a decision. So in turn, they sacrificed themselves. They sacrificed their morals. They sacrificed their principles. Hey, Foxy, would you allow Diddy to do that to you? If Diddy was paying your bills, if Diddy had you on a love contract, $10,000 a month, but you had to participate in freak offs, at his leisure, would that be a valuable option for you? Because you defending like you would do this. So would you allow somebody to hold see, you can't do that then, Fox. If you can't say sure and then sue him, no, hell no, that's fucked up. That's like the Joy Taylor girl. Joy Taylor was fucking the old white guy, the executive producer of the sports shows on Fox News. And then when her stylist asked her about it, she said, well, I just say he sexually assaulted me. Yo, that is fucked up, Foxy. Yeah, do that to a person? That's fucked up. If I you damn bad for that.
When the money ran out, when she married a broke fitness trainer,
that
had to go move back in with her parents, and the money completely ran out, then it's like, okay, let's sue Diddy and let's get $20 million out of it.
It's nothing wrong. Yo, I don't respect that. You understand what I'm saying? I don't respect the fact that people hold opportunity over other people's heads. I think as a man to do that to a woman, I think that is low. But it's a reverse to it. As a woman, you shouldn't allow a person to do that to you. You understand what I'm saying? Like, how is the person that's allowing it not taking no accountability for allowing it when people only do what you allow? People only do what you allow, man. She allowed it. So they both wrong. You can't just send Diddy to prison for that. Yo, they both participated.
That is my take on it. That's always been my take. That always will be my take.
Okay, Tony Buzz, we don't bring you in here. Just first off, what do we think is going to happen to Diddy here? Okay. What sentence are you anticipating?
I'm expecting 2 to 4 years. I would expect. I mean, he's not going to get 20 years, obviously. He's already has time served. There's going to be some mitigating factors. He doesn't have a prior record. However, there are some issues within the case that might be.
This guy right here is a slime ball. Whenever you see his name attached to any lawsuit, You got to side eye that bitch. Now, I think he got one with the Shannon Sharp lawsuit. But all them other lawsuits that he been dropping on people, yo, that shit is suspect. And the only reason I think he got one with the Shannon Sharp lawsuits is because it's too detailed. I mean, it's too detailed. But all them other lawsuits he dropped, question them bitches. Question anything that got Tony Busby name attached to it. How we that's some shit the feds decide.
To go a little bit higher than perhaps normal, but I would expect 2 to 4 years.
What is your feeling? You've obviously represented many Diddy victims in civil actions. You had over 100 people come to you with various allegations. What impact does this verdict have on the sense that you want?
Vlad know them lawsuits garbage. Vlad no good goddamn well. Vlad probably ran some of them. No, he not. The Diddy, you can't put Diddy next to Weinstein and all them motherfuckers. And that Shannon Sharp shit. Shannon Sharp, it's fucking wild as a motherfucker. Shannon Sharp a weirdo. I don't even, I mean, I ain't talking about Shannon Sharp.
To proceed with?
Zero. I mean, I was listening to Vlad there for a minute, and I'm sure that same kind of argument took place in the jury room. I mean, people have a hard time putting their head around a situation where somebody might consent one day and not consent the next. And there are people in this world that believe, well, you've consented once, so therefore you're consenting for life.
Yo, that is a bogus. Yo, do y'all want this to become a thing? So what if, all right, so what if a person consent one day, don't consent the next day, then consent every day after that? So that one day is enough to say, well, I was sex trafficked. That's what the federal government tried to sell to the world. If Cassie said no one day out of 1,000, then she got sex trafficked. Yo, that's bogus. I can't believe people was really subscribing to that shit. Well, you're a criminal, that Foxy.
That is not what the law says, and I can understand why there may have been people on that jury that have the same point of view, and I'm not criticizing, I'm just saying that there's a lot of psychological issues here that people really don't understand about trauma bonding and how somebody might feel compelled to do something that they really don't want to do. But even if they said no one time, that is not consent. And I think in this trial, and we didn't have the benefit, or at least I didn't have the benefit of watching it day to day and seeing each witness and hearing how they said the things they said. All I was able to see was the transcript that I would receive on a daily basis. Obviously, the jury thought that the RICO situation was complete baloney. They thought apparently that this was not a RICO situation. There was no conspiracy, and they were trying to put a round peg into a square hole, or vice versa.
They gonna get your ass for that shit, Foxy.
Given the testimony that I saw, that there were instances.
Better leave Walmart alone, man. They gonna hit you with a RICO, a Walmart RICO. Hey, Foxy, you keep fucking around. You see how they operate. You need to see the fans getting thirsty. They might hit your ass with a Walmart RICO one of these days, man. Go check the cameras and all the surrounding Walmarts in the area. Come down with a federal indictment.
Where Cassie and Jane were forced to do things either through financial pressure or through extortion type pressure or through force, things that they did not want to do.
But the interesting thing on that, Tony, is that the jury clearly did not believe either woman when it came to any issue about consensuality. They just didn't believe any of it. I think pretty much across the board, it was clear they had not bought in to the suggestion that any of this was non-consensual.
No question. I mean, I think you're right. And you know, sometimes juries do things that we don't expect. You know, I go back to whether, you know, each instance that this happened, did he have consent each time? Now I see Vlad's point. There were times when it looked like that Cassie was involved in setting some of these
well,
events.
There's no question of that. I interviewed the Punisher, you know, the guy who gave evidence. He gave very powerful, eloquent evidence. And I've interviewed him several times. He's a very good talker, and he had no real kind of skin in the game. In fact, he was brought from the prosecution to give evidence, but actually ended up being a pretty powerful witness for the defense, it turned out, because what he said was everything was done through Cassie Ventura and seemed very consensual. Went on for over 2 years, you know, a dozen or so encounters in hotels where Diddy just sat in the corner saying nothing. She booked him, She paid him. She organized it. Everything was driven by her. She seemed to have a good time. Everyone was happy. I thought that was very powerful evidence, actually, for Diddy, because it seemed to contradict everything that they were trying to position it as, which was this was all coercion.
Let me offer this up. You know, the government settled in on using 2 alleged victims. They used Cassie and they used Jane.
Why did he use
early on when this all started?
Why didn't he use none of his 100 lawsuits? And like, yo, you'd have thought that would have been a gold mine for the prosecution. We got this guy, Tony Busby, got 100 lawsuits. Why didn't you use not one person from the Tony Busby lawsuits, y'all? Not one person. They could have used him as a character witness. Like, yo, that's how you know this lawsuits is garbage. Them people ain't getting $1.
We were contacted by the U.S. attorney, and they asked us, can we speak to some of your clients? So we went to, and they told us, these are the ones we want to speak to. We made those people available. They talked to a couple of those people. But I think by that point, they had decided, their team had decided that they had what they needed. They had the goods, if you will, to proceed with Jane and with Cassie. I think that was a mistake. I will say, as I watched the trial, or at least learned about the trial daily as it went on, I thought the government was doing what they needed to do to get a conviction. Obviously, that wasn't the case. Obviously,
the fuck you thought that?
They believe.
Yo, out of the 6-week trial, the government had one good week. You know what I mean? They had one good week, and that was the week when I said, yo, Diddy might have to testify. What's up, Infus? Y'all remember that week when I came on this bitch? I said, yo, Diddy got to testify, man. And that next week, I said, yo, Diddy team ain't got to produce a defense. Yo, they had 1 week, one good week, and that was it. And that was the week. I don't think the defense had a chance to rebuttal. Yeah, I don't think. I think that next week when the defense got that same witness, it was like, oh shit, this case is over. What the government should have did, the government, if they wanted to get a conviction, they should only produce like 2 weeks of testimony. Once they went into 3, 4, 5 weeks, the case was a wrap. Man, they was knocking the motherfucking witnesses down like dominoes. You heard me? Like bowling balls. They couldn't do shit. Like they just made them all look like liars. Who? Who's Mark? Who's Mark, Foxy? Mace. Mace said he was going to testify. Fuck, where y'all see that at? I ain't never see that. Mace would have been the goddamn fool to get on that stand. Testify to what? Did he assault Mace too? People get it's a rate. People should get 20 years for that. No, he didn't. See, there you go, Fox. Who you been watching? You been watching Tisa Tells, haven't you? You been watching Tisa Tells. I know it. I can see a Tisa Tells supported by the comments. You watch Tisa Tells, though. You be over that bitch praising and saying she the best that ever did it. I know it is. I know I spot y'all. I can see y'all a mile away, man. Yo, he ain't never say that. He ain't never say Diddy was going to testify. I said Diddy should testify. I was the first person on YouTube that said Diddy need to testify. But that was just at the one bad week. But the next week after that, I said, oh, hell no. I said, oh, Diddy don't need to produce no defense. And guess what happened? Diddy ain't producing defense. You feel me? I said that shit 2 weeks before the defense decided to move that way.
That Diddy had consent, and they didn't believe there was a conspiracy. And obviously, the transportation to commit prostitution, that was pretty cut and dried. And I think everybody, no matter which side you fall out on, believed that there would be a conviction there.
But there is a point, isn't there, that which Vlad made, I thought, pretty compellingly, that if you're going to convict Diddy and you don't believe that it was non-consensual, and Cassie did all the booking, why has she not been charged? And could it be that the reason that she turned on Diddy was to preempt potentially some legal exposure herself?
Who knows? We'll never know that. They gave her immunity early on, and they that's the horse they rode with, and we see what happened.
Well, I don't think it's that cut and dry. I think consent without fear of consequences is not, with fear of consequences, is not actually consent. So if you were going against Cassie, for example, you're going to try her, all she has to do is show you that video and just say, look at what happens if I didn't do that.
They is pushing this false ass narrative, man. Yo, and Mark Agnafilio closing arguments, yo, he said that it wasn't no sex worker in that room. None never came to testify. Like, yo, why is she pushing this line that she ran from a freak off? Yeah, but even with that though, even with the man that, like, yo, we don't really want to make though. That is a dangerous narrative, Foxy. Like, fuck law. Like, this case really wasn't about law. This was about right and wrong. You know what I mean? Like, this case was this was about right and wrong, man. It wasn't right what they tried to do to Diddy. You know what I mean? Was everything Diddy done legally done? No. Yo, but is this what we want to put our taxpayers' dollars on? You know, trials cost money. That trial probably cost $5 million just to have. You know what I mean? Taxpayers' money. Yo, do we really want to start prosecuting people for transporting sex workers across state lines for sex? Not for payment. Not a female or a male being a prostitute. Just for sexual gratification. Like, is that the angle that we really want to go? Do we really want to start dumping taxpayers' monies into prosecuting people for that? Yeah, I don't know. I think I don't like that. I think that's stupid. I think that's a waste of resources. I think we can use that money elsewhere. We can go after sex traffickers or something. You feel me? Like, because a lot of people do that. Instagram models get flown out state to state to state. OnlyFans models get flown out state to state to state. The porn people that run in the porn industry, they get flown out state to state to state to have sex. Like, yo, you don't want to make that a crime that the federal government is pursuing. You don't want to do that.
I don't think it reached the threshold for the jury for RICO, which I completely understand. Like I said, a conspiracy that involves one is a thought. But this is why I say this is not a problem for the courts. It's a problem for culture and society. Cassie met P. Diddy when she was 17 years old. She signed a 10-album deal with P. Diddy by the age of like 20 or 21, which is virtually unheard of in this industry. I mean, I'm sorry, she wasn't Beethoven. She didn't have the kind of talent that would warrant that kind of record deal. She was clearly groomed. Now, amongst all of that, could you say she could have got up and left? Okay, arguably, yes.
She was with him 10 years.
Yes, but the thing is, he has.
She was with him 10 years, and the Punisher was very clear.
Yes,
she did not give any impression to him of being anything but a very enthusiastic and willing participant. It's quite kinky stuff.
Look at what happened when she tried to break up with him and date what's his name, the rapper, who had his car blown up. I mean, it's not that cut and dry. This, I feel like.
But Esther, we have lots of chats through the Me Too era and stuff, and obviously one of the things people are saying about this is that in a way it signals the beginning of the end of that Me Too movement, because for a long time, everyone was encouraged to believe women accusers. At the moment they made allegations, they had to be believed. That was always, to me, a very dangerous proposition. It should always be they should be taken seriously. The allegations should be investigated properly, and then decisions should be made about whether there had been a crime. Very dangerous to believe accusers before you actually know whether they're telling the truth. But here we've got a situation, I think, where if he'd been in this case 3-4 years ago, he would have gone down.
I don't think.
I think the jury, I suspect, has moved with the times.
I think the whole Me Too issue was a separate kind of beast. P. Diddy and the environment that he existed, the hip hop industry, is a completely different kind of sleaze. And also, it was very cut and dry from that
video. Is it any different to Harvey Weinstein, who claims that a lot of what his stuff was transactional? I mean, he was convicted of rape and sexual abuse and so on. So obviously,
no. Harvey Weinstein had a trap room in his office. yo, people gotta start providing context with this shit, man. Harvey Weinstein was trapping women in his office, man. That's what Harvey Weinstein was doing. Harvey Weinstein was making it clear that if you want to get in this motherfucking movie, then you got to do a favor for me. Know who you can compare Harvey Weinstein to? The Abercrombie and Fitch dude. Harvey Weinstein and Abercrombie and Fitch dude is almost like on the same level. I mean, Diddy all these situations is different. Epstein is in a league of his own. Like, ain't nobody even remarkably close to Epstein. R. Kelly had some type of fucking mental health issues. And R. Kelly was being preyed on by parents. R. Kelly was set up in his last trial. You understand what I'm saying? R. Kelly was set up in his last trial. He was around girls that he thought was adults that was 17, relatively, still young. You know what I mean? But he thought they was 18. Because that's what the family, and I showed y'all in text messages how they tricked R. Kelly into that shit. But Diddy's situation is different. Diddy freaked off with his girlfriends, man. It was girlfriends. And they was complicit. And they all benefited. But Epstein is in a league of his own. Like, I don't think you can compare anybody to Epstein. Like, we might gotta go in the history books to find another Epstein.
Again, juries didn't agree, but he painted a picture of a lot of kind of transactional relationships with people, right, where he believes this was all part of the sort of casting couch deal. That again has been, that's dinosaur stuff and was outrageous and wrong and everything else, and it turned out to be criminal as well. But I don't think there's much difference in the attitude.
There is a difference. I think hip hop has always come under fire for being quite sleazy. I mean, you can't listen to a hip hop track from 20 years ago without hearing the N word or bitch. It's always been quite sleazy. They've always been quite actually vocal about the fact that they treat women like pieces of meat. And the women, a lot of the time, are happy to be treated that way because they get a lot from it.
Well, so that's interesting.
Yeah, we got to get her to freak off. What's her name, y'all? Who's this girl? We need to find a way to get her in a Diddy freak off. Fuck that. She deserves it. Because she's out of control.
Fire for being quite sleazy. I mean, you can't listen.
There's any difference because hip hop before you actually know whether they're telling the truth. But here we've got a situation.
Yeah, we got to get her to freak off, y'all. Somebody give me our information so I can reach out to Diddy team. We already got Tisa tells. We got a nice little run up from we got a nice little what you want to call it, a little lineup from when Diddy first come home. We got to find a way we can get, maybe I know his schedule gonna be booked, but I'm gonna reach out to my sources to figure out who she is and how we can get her in this freak off, because she want one. I can tell. It's all in her eyes, because she tripping. Yeah, we ain't forget about Remy.
If he'd been in this case 3-4 years ago, he would have gone down.
I don't think.
I think the jury, I suspect, has moved with the times.
I think the whole Me Too issue was a separate kind of beast.
Hey, Fox, there wasn't no victims in Diddy case. There wasn't no victims, not of sexual abuse, sexual assault. There wasn't no victims. It was one victim of domestic abuse, but it wasn't no victims of sex trafficking at all. Right, y'all. They lied, Foxy. They lied. They didn't tell the truth. They lied. All of them got caught in lies. All of them. Don Richard, Capricorn Clark, Cassie, Mia, Jane Doe, they all got caught in lies, man.
P. Diddy and the environment that he exists in, the hip-hop industry, is a completely different kind of sleaze. And also, it was very cut and dry from
Is it though? Is it any different to Harvey Weinstein, who claims that a lot of what his stuff was...
Hey, Foxy, what you're not understanding is the men that's suing Cassie, that door got opened because of Cassie suing Diddy. Or not even suing Cassie, testifying against Diddy. That's Cassie's fault. Cassie opened that door, man. Have you read the lawsuits? Because I got them. I ain't even read them yet, but I got them. That was Cassie's fault. She tried to dig with the man say, when you dig a grave, you got to dig your own too. She dug her own grave with that. She shouldn't have, but there's no reason Cassie should have testified on Diddy. Cassie should have got her fucking money and disappeared. That's what Cassie should have done. She should not have testified on Diddy. That was a horrible decision. Now she opened up Pandora's box. She put people's names in it. She brought up situations that other people can remember. So she brought that on herself. Hell yeah, he doing a money grab. Yeah, that's exactly what he doing. It's fucked up, but she did that. She should have took her money and walked away quietly. He gave a girl $20 million. And to be honest, Cassie deserved money for the abuse, not for no sexual assault shit, but for the physical abuse that Diddy did to Cassie. Cassie deserved money. Cassie should have took that fucking money and sat down and been quiet and said, I'm not testifying on Diddy. I got what I wanted. And now these sex workers that she implicated in trial is coming back. And now they saying they was victims of Cassie. That's why the Surviving Cassie documentary is on its way. I swear if I really had time, I'd work on it. Depending on how the weekend look, I might start working on it this weekend.
Was transactional. I mean, he was convicted of rape and sexual abuse and so on. So
exactly,
obviously,
yo, that's what I'm saying.
Again, juries didn't agree, but he painted a picture of a lot of kind of transactional relationships with people, right? Where he believes this was part of the sort of casting couch deal. That again has been.
You're right, and that is my bad. That is the thing. Cassie knew she had STDs and was giving them shits to people. That's why they suing. I ain't never looked at the lawsuits. We can check them out.
You know, that's dinosaur stuff, and it was outrageous and wrong and everything else, and it turned out to be criminal as well. But I don't think there's much difference in the attitude.
There is a difference. I think hip hop has always come under fire for being quite sleazy. I mean, you can't listen to a hip hop track from 20 years ago without hearing the N word or bitch. It's always been quite sleazy.
Yeah,
they've always been quite actually vocal about the fact that they treat women like pieces of meat, and the women a lot of the time are happy to be treated that way because they get a lot from it.
Well, so that's interesting, isn't it, Vlad? Because that is part of that hip hop culture. There's no doubt. A lot of women have embraced that kind of, very misogynist language, the lyrics and so on and so on. Is your feeling about what happened here with Cassie Ventura and Diddy that she was, notwithstanding the violence which would erupt more than once, we know there were other occasions when he was violent to her, that she enjoyed her life around this superstar rapper, notwithstanding that?
I don't understand the question. Can you
well, that she accepted the violence and was prepared to stay in the relationship because she enjoyed everything else?
I think there was a very violent relationship. I think it was a drug-fueled relationship. I think there's lots of money and fame and jet-setting involved. At the end of the day, I think what happened to her was horrible. I think that tape showed just how bad the domestic violence was. But at the end of the day, this is not what the trial was about. The trial was about RICO. The trial was about sex trafficking. The trial was about prostitution. In fact, the only reason Diddy got convicted was because it was interstate commerce. All the other male escorts that I've talked to.
And gangster rap was orchestrated. You know what I mean? So she don't know. That's why we're gonna get her a freak off when Diddy come on, because she needs to get her mind right. And freak offs will humble you, man. We'll never hear from Cassie again.
For example, I talked to Don the dealer, who also had multiple sessions with Cassie. She said she was loving it. She was into it. She was setting the direction. At the end of the day, you could stay in a bad relationship, but you decide to stay in that bad relationship. This is really about the domestic violence, but the domestic violence goes back past the statute of limitations. So if you think about it, in this whole case, all the escorts I talked to were not sent to a different state or a different country. They were all local. Like Don the dealer was in Miami. Punisher was in New York. If all these guys didn't travel across state lines, there would be no case at all. None whatsoever. Yeah. And with Tony Busby, at the end of the day, like he said, that the feds talked to multiple people that he's representing that were suing, but they decided not to use any of them, which makes me think that there wasn't any real credible,
shit, for real, Jay? We see that.
Real evidence that they actually did anything wrong in the whole situation. Therefore, there's only two people that were actually used. The only person that was actually that filed a lawsuit that was used in this case was Cassie. And there's over 100 lawsuits. So what does that say? That's the lawsuits are all nonsense.
I've listened to you.
Yo, Vlad called his lawsuits nonsense. I mean, he is nonsense, but I didn't think Vlad would do that. Damn, yo. God damn it, Vlad. If you do all that fuck shit, I can salute you, man. I can't though. You did too much fuck shit.
So what does that say? That's the possible real evidence that they actually did anything wrong in the whole situation. Therefore, there's only two people that were actually used. The only person that was actually that filed a lawsuit that was used in this case was Cassie. And there's over 100 lawsuits. So what does that say? That says the lawsuits are all nonsense.
You know, I listened to you. And some of
which of your clients was used in this case?
Let's be clear about that.
Hey, hold up, yo. Hey, Vlad occurred it like I occurred it. Because then you got a good point. I've been saying that shit from the beginning, yo. Oh, yeah, we read the lawsuits, y'all. Right, then he dropped 2 lawsuits right before the case go to the jury. Cassie better know. Cassie did. I'm sure when Diddy gave her that money, Diddy paid her for her not to write a book. That's why he paid her, so she won't write a book. Don't forget, Foxy. I don't know if Tisa told you this, but Cassie extorted Diddy out that money. That was extortion. Cassie should have went to prison for that. If we want to talk about the letter, you just talking about the law and crimes. If Foxy, if I call you, right, and I say me and you had a relationship 10 years ago, you feel me? And I call you like, Foxy, look, man, I need $30,000, or I'm gonna release these videos in my phone. I mean, if I need 30,000, if you don't give me 30,000 by Friday, all these videos I got with me and you on my phone, I'm releasing it to the public. Would I be extorting you? Because that's what the fuck Cassie did to Diddy. That's what Cassie did to Diddy. She told Diddy, if you don't give me $20 million, I'm writing a book. I'm writing a book. And I'm putting the book out. That was extortion, man. No, but what I'm saying is none of it is right. How do you criminalize one and not the other? That's the point I'm making. If Diddy was using tapes over Cassie's head and Diddy extorted Cassie's mother for $20,000, and that was part of his predicate X, how the fuck did Cassie get away for extorting Diddy for $20 million? You understand the irony, the bullshit? That's not right, man. Cassie was a victim of what? Lower 40? What the fuck was Cassie a victim of? Other than domestic abuse, what was Cassie? Cassie wasn't a victim of sexual assault. What the fuck is you talking about, yo? Did you hear the text messages? Cassie loved that shit, man. That is extortion. Tony Busby do it all the time. That's an extortion attempt, Monica. That's extortion. No matter how you try to characterize, that is extortion. If Tony Busby sent Jay-Z a demand letter, Jay-Z came out swinging, man, fuck that. I ain't do none of these. That's an extortion attempt. If you made they do it all the time, yeah, they do it. It's extortion. It ain't no different than what the fuck y'all say Diddy did to Cassie mother. It's all the same.
If the alleged assault happened in LA, there was nobody flown in, there was nobody coerced and trafficked across state lines, they wouldn't use the client, obviously. These cases that we have filed in New York are filed under New York statute for sexual assault. Fucking the trainer.
Diddy links up with Kid Cudi. She started fucking Kid Cudi. Cassie was a loose fucking cannon. The fuck you mean? Yo, Cassie was a loose cannon, man. I can't believe all y'all people taking up for Cassie. Yo, do y'all see some of the things that she was doing? Did he pay her to do a feature with Kid Cudi? She started fucking Kid Cudi. Did he books a trainer? She started fucking it. God, you can't trust. Cassie was untrustworthy. You can't trust Cassie as far as you can throw her. You understand me? Cassie was a cancer. Straight up. You can't trust her. She out this bitch just fucking all reckless. She calling sex workers on the side. Yeah, but that ain't got nothing to do with her enjoying the free call. Yeah, but hey, we know how this shit go. Diddy probably was single, but that mean Cassie was single. What the fuck? It's fucked up. Fucked up as it may sound. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's crazy. Where the fuck, Jay? Where you see that at? You be saying a lot. I ain't see that. Yeah, Cassie a dirty motherfucker, man. I told y'all last time, stay the fuck away from Cassie's. Anything that resemble her. Cassie will benefit off you and then sue you and then testify on you. Yo, Cassie is a dangerous motherfucker, man.
Sexual abuse. That's completely different than transportation for prostitution or for sexual trafficking, and certainly has nothing to do with RICO. So you just made this grand conclusion that the U.S. attorney talked to a few of these folks.
I agree too. I think the Diddy play been in motion for a long time. I think it been a play. What's up, Major? I think it been in motion for a long time, man.
Folks and decided they had no credibility. You were flat out wrong in that respect because
none of them were used. None of them were used. How am I wrong if none of them were used?
Decided is that there was nothing that happened across state lines, and there was no sexual trafficking, which is what the case was all about.
No.
So it has nothing to do with whether these people were credible or not. Their case is a civil case alleging state law claims of assault after being drugged. That was not the case that was brought by the U.S. attorney.
Yeah, but it could have been. If that was true, that would have added so much credibility to the claims. If they'd have brought all these 100 people, Tony Busby, or 30 people who lawsuits you filed, and they all testified that Diddy drugged and raped me, yo, that would have made their case of sex trafficking so much more credible. But they didn't do it because those people was fucking lying. Like, yo, come on, bro. Stop playing stupid.
And frankly, that's not a case that could be brought by the U.S. attorney, and which
Tony,
is the point
your own client accused Jay-Z and Diddy of raping her when she was 13, and we all saw it was all nonsense. It was absolutely false. It was absolutely false. That good Charlotte was there. They weren't there. She was 13 years old. Her own father said it was all nonsense. Jay-Z sued you over that. Come on. Like, you have a long history, not credible people you represent. A long history.
All these
a long history.
Don't even know what you're talking about.
Have you won a single lawsuit with any of these people you've represented? A single lawsuit.
Literally 30 days ago for $640 million, pal. So don't be telling me about winning lawsuits. More lawsuits than any lawyer in the United States. So I don't hear
Jay-Z. How many lawsuits have you won against Diddy and Jay-Z? How many lawsuits have you won against Diddy and Jay-Z?
None that went to trial yet, knucklehead. Think about it. They don't just file a case and go to trial.
Yo, fuck. I gotta look into this. He won a lawsuit for $640 million. The fuck did he sue to get that much? That nigga lying. Hold on, fuck that. Nigga, that shit should be world news. Fuck that. A Houston man that was killed tragically. I told y'all that's what he do though. That's what he do. So this is where he finds his clients at, y'all. This is where he finds. Remember I told y'all a while ago that Tony Busby is a union lawyer. Yeah, Jane Dale, you can't believe nothing Jane Dale said. Tony Busby works for the union. Tony Busby sues like big like companies that work on a pier, like ships and shit like that. So if somebody get hurt on a ship, Tony Busby sues these people because he works for the union. And I think that's where he get a lot of his frivolous lawsuits. I think he gets them from like people that used to work there, people that got injured on the job, and he uses these people to go after these celebrities. A man got killed on a crane operation in San Antonio job site. But yeah, that's different than this shit. Shit, he get 35 or 33%.
Wait and see.
Won
Wait and
nothing.
see.
Okay, let me just jump. All right, look,
You're a knucklehead.
the reality is,
there we go. Now
the reality is we're going to find out, right? We'll find.
When I call you out the actual facts,
Well, we're going to
now you
find
wanna
out,
make-
Vlad. We're going to find out, Vlad, whether any of these civil cases do end up.
None of them will be wanted. Maybe one or two will be settled because of their headaches.
Okay,
None of
well,
them will
there
be
are over
wanted in court
100
of law.
people
That's
that-
The one thing
There was not
I do
over
think
100
is-
people.
The one thing.
Tony Buzz only filed 30 lawsuits, and he can't even represent them people, cause he not even sanctioned the study law in the Southern District of New York. So now his last recent lawsuits he filed in California. Vlad might not know that, and she gonna get a freak off for it's all said and done.
thing I do find very distasteful is there are reports that Diddy got a standing ovation in prison when he returned.
I told y'all he did.
This verdict.
I told y'all what I tell y'all.
Because,
I say, yo, Diddy call, they gonna be banging on the door, boom, 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 kicking the cells. I'm sure he got a standing ovation, man.
because his lawyer said that they love the idea of him beating the feds. And, you know, when you watch that video, when you watch the video of him beating up Cassie Ventura, the idea that guy becomes any kind of hero, I think would stick in all our gullet. Can we agree on that?
Man,
He's not exactly an esteemed company. He's in a prison.
But he's not, he shouldn't be treated as a hero.
Of course not. And I mean, some of the comments you've been reading online, I do think the prosecution failed Cassie in a way, because now we're having a debate about, you know, her motivations.
What is her name?
Was she actually just, you know, in on all of this and just trying
Yeah,
to...
but you know what, Esther, when I interviewed the Punisher,
Esther.
I really did
We're gonna
change.
get Esther a motherfucking freak off. I'm gonna reach out to my sources, yo. We're gonna figure out a way to. I know his schedule is hectic when he get out, but we're gonna get her in that bitch.
My view about this whole case.
She was 9 months pregnant, testifying about the most grotesque things.
I know, but she also had taken a massive payout before.
Which
right?
she deserved. She deserved it.
Okay, but according to the Punisher, over 2 years, it was all driven by her, all consensual, and she was completely happy. And when he said that
nigga don't know we got
oath,
sources,
and then
bro.
repeated it all to me, and I got to be honest with you, I slightly changed my view about the whole case based on his testimony. I thought that if that was indicative of what was really going on, then how much of a victim was she? She was a victim of domestic violence, but as Vlad said, that was not what Diddy was on trial for. Anyway, look, it's a fascinating
Hey,
case.
Fox, J. Dale was a bozo. Like, yo, see that, J. Fox, I'm glad you're here, man. You don't need to watch no other YouTube channel. Listen to J. Dale. Let's go back to J. Dale. We talked about J. Dale and his antics yesterday. Listen to this nigga. Listen to this, Foxy. Listen to what Jane Dale said. He goes off on Diddy after Diddy took a knee in court. We not that one. Listen to Jane Dale beef with Diddy. Jane Dale, yesterday we found out that Jane Dale is the one that got Biggie killed. So that's the new narrative, y'all. Jane Dale, I meant to put that in the title. Jane Dale admits to getting Biggie killed.
I've been seeing this a lot online. How you feel about the people that say that you should be worried if Diddy get out?
Motherfuckers needs something to say, bro. I'm not gonna worry about somebody that I bodyguard. And God knows I can bodyguard myself with his blessings. I could bodyguard myself with his blessings, bro. I'm not worried about that. Nothing beats an ambush, and I know that. But I'm not worried about his shit. People just need to talk about something. They want to have something to say, man.
He was.
Oh, Jay ain't got to be worried, so like that. So, shouldn't I have been worried when he was out here on the street? When he was out here on the street, I should have been worried.
What I say? So Mace said he was crying and hide when Biggie got shot. I said that the other day. I just was talking shit, but my sources did tell me that. But I ain't know if my source was correct on this one. So is it true that J. Dale was crying and hiding when Biggie got shot, and he wondered why he got fired? So Jane Dale, y'all, if y'all didn't know, Jane Dale blames Diddy for the reason why he had to be a resource officer at the middle school after Biggie got killed. You know what I mean? He went from bodyguard celebrities, you know, to go like to being like security at, you know, kid events. You feel me? It was a fall from grace. Like I never seen nothing like it. Like this nigga was bodyguarding the biggest celebrities in the world. So now you can book them. Like if your child was having like a Sweet 16 party, you can hit Gene Dale up. Gene Dale come through. He got his badge. You know what I mean? And he gonna watch the party for you. You understand what I'm saying? So he is mad at Diddy for that. Yo, but my thing is, how the fuck is that Diddy fault? Wouldn't if you was running a security company, right? Oh my God, big homie CC, Jesus Christ. Fox, you gotta stop. Fox, stop. Fuck, we're gonna get there. Matter of fact, we're gonna go to big homie CC next. Just for Foxy, we're gonna go to big homie CC next. Big homie CC. Fuck that big homie CC, man. Big homie CC one of the worst. He one of the worst doing it. But anyway. So, like I said, Jane Dale went from bodyguarding celebrities to bodyguarding 16-year-olds at Sweet 16 parties. And he said that's Diddy's fault. But if you was running a security firm and your security firm was tasked with protecting somebody and that person died, or somebody in that person camp dies while your team is there, well, wouldn't you fire the whole team? Wouldn't it be, that'd be the only way to save your career, is to fire the whole team. But Jane Dale blames Diddy for this. Not himself. Not because he ran and hide and he ain't shoot. Not because he just chased the car down and got nothing out of it. He's saying it's Diddy's fault. Yo, Jane Dale don't have no beef with Diddy. Jane Dale was a disgruntled employee. He just like Cassie. Hell yeah, yo, like it's common sense. Listen to how he explains it. Like Jane Dale's beef with Diddy is the same beef that Cassie got with Diddy. They was around this guy, and Diddy kept elevating, and their career went nowhere. You know what I mean? That's the issue. But how the fuck is that Diddy fault? That's your fault, Big Jane.
Yo, bro, August the 14th, 1999. High-speed chase in Harlem. You understand? I didn't know that he didn't send nobody after me then. Because niggas do that shit. They'll send somebody at you. I've seen dudes that do shit and they have Nick right there in the same clique and they didn't even know he did it.
Oh, man.
So how I know
Nigga
those
lying.
4 guys, 5 guns to my head wasn't sitting by him. When Roger Bonds come and say later that
Yo, Roger Bonds is another disgruntled employee. We don't even need to hear what Roger Bonds said.
how I know that she made the news. I got 2 scars in my head to prove it.
Oh my God.
So how I don't know, bruh?
This nigga.
You could be working for. I've seen niggas work for dudes. I was working for them. I went back to work for them. Could have been lining me up. You never know.
This nigga.
You never know.
This nigga crazy.
But this shit is over with, man. All this is over with. And for what I mean by it's over with, he had his trial. He gonna have a lot of
another one who
what
went
you
back.
call that? Civil suits. You understand? He gonna win some, he gonna lose some. Right now,
Yo, he definitely got
he
grounds.
lost.
He definitely got grounds to sue Jane Dale. He definitely got grounds. Jane Dale, the one that told the world that Diddy fucked Usher and sent him to the hospital. He got some grounds to sue Jane Dale. The problem is I don't know how much money he gonna get. See, that's why people get away with these type of things, because you can sue them, but you're gonna spend more money suing them than what you actually gonna recover. So that's why they getting away with these wild allegations. What they need to do is put them motherfuckers under a gag order, stop them from speaking completely, cause they making up shit.
Y'all could try to minimize it by
Jane
saying,
Dale knew all of these things. Jane Dale should have got his fat ass on the stand and testified. Like, all these people that have been talking and didn't testify, y'all should be not viewing them as credible no more. This man did all this talking and didn't take the stand. That lets you know that maybe he wasn't, the shit that he was talking was just bullshit, nonsense.
it was just sex trafficking
Same
and
thing
everything
Vlad
like
just
that.
said about
But
buzzing.
you ain't got to sit there and do those 5 or 10 years. He does.
I'm not
You ain't
doing
got
it
to
5
sit
or
there
10
and do
years.
those 5 or 10 years. He got to sit there and do those 5 or 10 years. Whatever the judge decides to give him. Maybe
Well, it's
more
not
than
true though,
that.
Foxy.
But it is what it is. That's how we going to do that. Man, I've been talking since 97. I've been on camera since 99. I've been on the internet since 2018. Why I can't talk? Here's about him. And why you so mad? Oh, another man should be gossiping about another man. That's all niggas do is talk.
Nah, bro.
It ain't gossip.
Motherfucker mad because you lying, nigga. You're lying. You're making up stories. Yo, that's why it ain't about gossiping on another man. We living in a world where, this is a thing now. It's about, you making up stories, bro. But the stories seem credible because it's coming from Jane Dale. You understand what I'm saying? What's up, Trent? It's coming from Jane Dale, and we know that Jane Dale has a connection to Diddy. At least that's what we seen, So when he tells this story, it comes off as credible. You know what I mean? It comes off as credible. But when Diddy got arrested, he came back and said, I ain't never say nothing that can put Diddy in jail. I just was going off of things that I heard. It's like, God damn, bro, for real? So for 7 years or 8 years, you've been talking about Diddy did this and Diddy did that and Diddy did this. And now Diddy get arrested and now you come back and say, no, I just was telling people what I heard. Like, that is fucking crazy, man. That is insane to me. Because it didn't come off like that. And it was intended not to come off like that because of your proximity to Diddy. So you was intentionally misleading people. You was intentionally manipulating the conversation to fit a certain narrative when in reality, you ain't see Diddy do a goddamn thing. You understand what I'm saying? That man ain't see Diddy do a goddamn thing, man. Yo, John, you tripping. Fuck, you can't justify giving a man that ain't got no record 20 years for trafficking prostitutes for sex. You tripping. You living in the dream world.
When you talking about your personal experience, your personal relationship that you had to do with.
Read, my nigga.
It's gossip when you don't know and you repeating somebody else said, that you heard somebody else say, you heard somebody else do.
Now, how you feel about the people that's asking, what is Gene Deal going to talk about once all this is over? Even though you've been speaking about this for years, way before this came out, but, you got a lot of people that's asking.
Listen there, man. We said this 1,000 times. You can't teach stupid. People going to believe what they want to believe.
Oh, this ain't the video. This ain't the right video. I don't think I watched that one. I want to go to the video where he's explaining his beef with Diddy. Not that one. Not the talking about. Life in danger. Here you go. This one. Hey, John, ain't no more charges coming.
Because he either beat the shit out of him to death
Ain't no more charges coming, John.
So it's not
like, what do you
necessarily he did something directly
you think the
to
federal,
me?
Hold up.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
You think the federal government want to lose again? You think they're gonna do all this to lose? Ain't no other charges coming, man. And if the feds couldn't get him, you think the state gonna follow up? Nah, yo, come on, use common sense, man. Please.
That he should take once he get out of prison, and that could be 10, 15 years from now, it could be 5 years from now.
We still looking for Chopper.
I don't know, bruh. But what I would want him to do is hang himself. Do Epstein.
No, it's not his guidelines, real. His guidelines is 20 to 27 months, bro. Like, who the fuck told you this wild ass shit, bro?
What direction do you think Diddy should go in when he do get out?
Well, you asking me what angle do I think that he should take once he get out of prison, and that could be 10, 15
lied, bro.
years from now, it could be 5 years from now.
Yeah, but I've been right though, real.
Know,
you can't sit there and say I've been wrong, real.
Do is hang yourself.
I must know
Epstein.
something.
That's the way I feel, bro. Like people gonna look at that shit as being harsh, not godlike and everything like that. But I don't love my enemies. I don't know what you do to yours, but I don't love my enemies at all.
Nah, I ain't gonna take
for
his
you
back.
to say he should hang himself,
Because I don't know the judge. The judge might be in on the play. You know what I mean? Because I don't like the fact how the judge, the prosecution, and the defense team agreed to September 22nd sentence hearing, and the judge denied it and made it and kept it at October. So the judge ain't on the play. But when it come down to the sentencing, he's bound by certain guidelines. And if you go over those guidelines, that's just gonna cause a fucking firestorm. He gonna get investigated for that. If he go over the guidelines of 20 to 27 months, he's gonna be investigated for that. I guarantee you.
What do he do for you to feel like that?
Bruh, I never really discussed the fact that my issues with my job with nobody. You understand? Because people don't realize is that let me sit up in this a little bit. You know, I know people gonna say what they want to say. People don't realize this, brother.
I already did it right here. A lawyer spoke on it. Here she go.
You can see that we're looking at sentences that range from about a year and a few months, a year and a half, to 2 years, 2.5, depending on those grouping rules. So this is certainly a situation where his attorneys can ask for time served. Where his attorneys can ask for time served. Basically, Sean Combs, P. Diddy, is going to start at a level 14 under this guideline. And there are circumstances where the court could have added 4 levels if there was force or coercion in the case. But here, because he was acquitted, I think, of the sex trafficking by force.
I got the sentence guidelines for what's the Combs case? Let me find that shit. The nigga Price. Let me see. If I could look at it on Price shit. Where the fuck I get that paperwork on Price? Kelly motion for house arrest. That's Ray Perez, Haley Bailey, Smokey Robinson, Brian McKnight, Shannon Sharp. Oh shit, hold up. Dirk. DJ Henley. The price shouldn't be that far up. Let's see if we can go on there. Well, at the very least, I can show you the point system. Shit. What the fuck was that? Brick Baby. Oh, shit. UMG. K-Flat. Fuck. Old Block 6. Sarah Rivers. Jane Doe. Trying to find the prize lawsuit. The prize sentencing. So I can show you the federal point system. Freddie Gibbs. Jack Dorsey and Jay-Z. Is that it? No, it wasn't it. What the fuck is that? Charlie White. Oh, the prices should be coming up, y'all. Hold up. Chris Brown. Let me get that Megan Thee Stallion. Cassie sex tapes motion. Let me put that on top of the screen too, just in case we got a reference back to that. Yo, I had to pass the project. That shit wasn't in no January. Must have passed that shit. Yo, when we looked into that enterprise case, that was in January? Or last year? I think it was last year. So how long ago was it when we looked into Prize case? Y'all remember that? That shit was a year. That shit was last year. Oh, I must have passed it. Here you go. Here it goes, right here. That's not the paper. So we probably can't get a accurate analysis on Diddy sentence, but I just want to show y'all the point system and how the federal government has a point system. Conclusion. The fuck, this ain't it either? Description: 1 year, defendant sentenced to 3 years probation. It's not it either. practicing. He's seeking 36 months. That wasn't it, y'all. All right, pre-sentencing memorandum. Here you go. So this is how the federal government decides their sentencing. So with prize, you got 1 count conspiracy to defraud the United States and to make foreign and conduit campaign contributions. Base level is at 8. Then you get 16 points for offense involving more than 1.5 million. He get another 2 points for involved in illegal transactions made by a foreign national. Another 2 points. Aggravated role, he get 13. He get another 3 points. So the total offense level for count 1 is 31. Obstruction of justice carries 6 points at base. Then he get witness tampering and false testimony, another 2 points. So he get 8 points for that. Then he only got found guilty on 2 counts. So altogether, Prize is found guilty on 6 counts. So altogether, Prize has a count level of 7, which is 43 points. So the total, his guidelines right now is life. That's his guidelines. So Prize is facing life in prison. No, y'all. This is the chart. I'm just saying, Diddy's not facing no exuberant amount of years.
By coercion, there is a recent amendment to the guidelines that says the judge can't consider acquitted conduct, so I don't think he's going to get those 4 levels. I think he's going to be at a level 14. Now, there is a special instruction under this guideline that if there is more than 1 victim, you go to chapter 3 and you address multiple counts, kind of like the grouping rules. So here we might see a couple of levels added because we know he has 2 counts with 2 different victims described in the indictment. So let's say his total offense level is somewhere between perhaps like a 14 or a 16, depending on the multiple counts grouping rules in chapter 3. The other thing you have to calculate is Sean Combs, P. Diddy's criminal history category. We know he has the conviction that he pled guilty to for the domestic violence against cats.
You see? All this is what she's explaining. Offense level, 31. Total offense level from count 7 through 12, group 2, 43. Number of units, 1. Final offense level, 43. Estimated criminal history category, I. Guideline range, total punishment, life. Now, she's explaining that
in California, but at most that's probably just a 1 point or a 2 point offense. I don't think he has any felony convictions, so he's likely in criminal history category 1. So then when you go to the sentencing table and compare his offense level to his criminal history category, when we look at those who are in criminal history category 1 and levels 14, 15, and 16, you can see that we're looking at sentences that range from about a year and a few months, a year and a half, to 2 years, 2.5, depending on those grouping rules. So this is certainly a situation where his attorneys can ask for time served.
And that's what the fuck they're gonna ask for. And by then he gonna have a year in. By October, Diddy gonna have a year in, y'all. I don't know if y'all noticed that or not. Now let's get back to Jane Dale line as
that it's a lot of shit that happened with us as far as when you go do a security job and you're willing to die for somebody. We was in situations that I could have lost my life, protected him, but that's what I'm getting paid for.
Why I bring
you understand
it up?
What I'm saying?
Why I bring it up, bitch?
That's why I'm there. That's why I'm one of the lead dudes in the crew. When he's with the same gang, when I'm working for Tim Dog, Buck Naked, when I'm working for Uptown Records, wherever I'm working at, you understand, I'm always one of the same guys, one of the lead dudes doing the security stuff.
See? So Biggie dying was his fault. If he's taking credit for being the lead of security, so that's why he keep coming at. So now it's all starting to make sense. Gene Deal, y'all, is guilty. He got a guilty conscience. He know that Biggie died on his watch, but at the same time, his inability to accept accountability has him lashing out in Diddy. Where he really needed to be mad at himself. You know what I'm saying? Diddy died on your watch, bro. Biggie, not Diddy. But Biggie, so what Gene Deal was doing is reflecting. Yeah, but Gene Deal was the bodyguard. If I employ bodyguards and one of my friends get killed while we out, and these people will be bodyguarding us, then yo, that shit on them. You failed. J Deal, you did a horrible job, bro. You should be ashamed of yourself. And I think he is ashamed of himself. I mean, I think Gene Deal actually is ashamed. Look at him. He look like he living with shame. Don't he? Don't that look like a man living with shame and regret and guilt? Like, yo, but in order for him to move past this, he's got to take accountability. Gene Deal like Mama Duck. Gene Deal is like Mama Duck. And I hate to bring her in this, so I ain't gonna go in on her. But y'all know what I'm saying. Like, you played the role in a demise, but instead of accepting accountability of your role, you blame everybody else. And that's what Gene Deal was doing, man. He's living with regret, y'all.
Me and Puff said
somebody sent that man some flowers or something. Brighten up his day. That's all he needed, some flowers. If Diddy was to send Gene Deal some flowers, he might go off the internet. That's all he need, yo, is a thank you card. I mean, some flowers, you know, get well soon. Some shit like that.
And we decided that I was going to have my own contract. I said to do, whatever you do, whatever go down, you don't know me. We bet. Cool. You understand what I'm saying? It might be situations like that, but you don't know me. When Big got murdered, the FBI at my job, the LAPD at my job, I lose my job. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now I gotta fight for my job back.
I'm ready for the poll. Should Gene Deal, hold up, y'all. I need answers. Let me do a poll. Should Gene Deal have been fired after Biggie died on his watch? What y'all think, man? What y'all think, man? Because I don't see anything. I don't see how he's blaming Diddy for this. I'd have fired him. The fuck? Even if it wasn't Biggie, if it was fucking Chris. If Chris died on your watch and you the head of security, yo, you're fired, yo, and you might not get another job. I might make sure of that. Just because you made the company look bad, man. So now my job is to keep you from working. G Deal got no fucking clown. G Deal was a fucking clown. He need to be ashamed of himself blaming Diddy for this whole situation.
Puff ain't never give me a dime. And I don't think I was supposed to ask him for it either.
Exactly, Rich.
It's only the right
That's what I'm saying. So everybody keeps saying Diddy got Biggie killed. It really was Gene Deal. I'm gonna put it in the title one of these days. Gene Deal got Biggie killed, man. He need to accept it and move on and stop blaming other people. The only way he can move on from this, that's why he can't move on from it. He knows it was his fault. He knows that. So he can't get past it because he's not a take accountability. It don't matter. He was head of security, Foxy. Even if he wasn't specifically assigned to Diddy, he was lead security. He was the lead. Your whole team getting fired, bro. And you first. That's how that system works, man. The whole team goes. I'm not just going to get rid of him. No. You the lead. These are your guys. Yo, all of y'all gone. And that's what happened, yo. And he's blaming Diddy for that when he need to blame himself. Can't blame Diddy for that, man. Can't blame Diddy for that. It's his fault.
But I didn't say nothing else. I ain't saying nothing. I did what I supposed to do as a man.
Exactly.
You understand what I'm saying? If I start crying, what the fucking baby gonna do, bro?
But this what I'm saying, Foxy, this is why Jane Dale was wrong. Jane Dale basis for attacking Diddy is because he couldn't get another job. That's what he's saying in this interview. In this interview, if you cut all the bullshit out and listen to what he really saying, he's saying that he is upset with Diddy because after Biggie got killed, he couldn't get a job. But you didn't deserve a job, bro. You should have went back to resource officer. You know what I mean? You should have been motherfucking the security guard at the pool party. Like, you know, at the neighborhood pool. That's what he should have been doing. Because you wasn't qualified no more to bodyguard celebrities. Hey, I keep saying Diddy. My bad, Biggie. Yeah, when Biggie died. You wasn't qualified to bodyguard celebrities no more. So you should have been at the local bar. You know, the local lounge. You know what I mean? The Foxy Lady. You know, asking for ID, patting niggas down. That's what you should have been doing, bro. Maybe that qualified. Maybe he was, you know, maybe that suited him more. Maybe Jane Dale working the door at Foxy Ladies better suited his qualifications.
Until I fight my case. You understand? Won my case. But every time somebody bring up something, every time I go through arbitration about something, they bring this bad boy thing up because you got to understand. They came and told my job, your officer was working security in California.
Where that Mace video at, Rizzo? Where Mace?
Do you have your WSEC
I seen
levels?
something a while ago that said him and Mace had a conversation on. Is that recent? That's like in the past couple weeks, ain't it?
Of arguably one of the top rappers at that time. The New York State Division of Parole at that time had just got a lawsuit because of discrimination. It was basically a white agency. So they start bringing black young talent in to deal with the parolees because they didn't have that at first.
Yeah, yo.
You understand?
After Biggie got killed, yo, Jane Dale couldn't get a job. After Biggie got killed, Jane Dale didn't deserve a job. Like that's how that whole security thing worked. That's how the whole industry, that's how it works. Yo, if somebody die on your watch, you damn near done in security. You done. And you should be done. Like, how many chances are you supposed to get? Like, what the fuck? Like, seriously though, how many chances do you supposed if you are a security guard, right? And a person die on your watch, are you supposed to get another chance to have it happen again? Like, seriously. And if you are an employer, when you read somebody's resume and you see this person has a person died on this person's watch, do you still hire them? Wouldn't that be a liability? If somebody was to hire Jane Dale, right, and another person died on his watch, yo, you know the kind of lawsuit that company would have been facing? You mean to tell me y'all hired this man after y'all know somebody died in his possession? Oh, man, we taking a whole benefit, $50 million lawsuit, wrongful death. It is, yo. It is. Like, I don't understand. Like, his beef is nonsense.
Now, me getting that report and his people telling the FBI, the LAPD about me.
Even if Diddy did mean it to happen, that still was his job. His job was to not let it happen. His job was to not let it happen, and it happened on his watch. Non-hireable. You know what I mean? Case closed. You never work in New York again. Not as security, unless you work in odd jobs.
Put a ugly light on my head with the agency. You could call in. Hey, Gene Deal stepped on my toe and he said, excuse me. Suspend me. And the first thing they'll bring up in the reports
That's right, a dirty motherfucker.
is the incident about Bad Boy. My lawyer told him on like the third arbitration hearing, why do y'all keep bringing this Bad Boy thing up? And he did this and he did that to try to mess with the arbitrator. Y'all can't do that, but they do it anyway because they're allowed to.
They should have. Like, yo, this nigga sounds stupid. I'm done with y'all. That nigga sounds stupid. That nigga slow. If you think you supposed to got another job after that, you fucking stupid. Like, for real though, Rich. Like, this nigga dumb as shit. If you thought you supposed to got another job after that, I don't know what the fuck wrong with you, my nigga. Man, this nigga crazy. Yeah, it is, and I think that's where his beef is coming from. He's living with regret. He know it was some things done that night that by him being a leader of security, he supposed to made sure or ensure they got handled, and he didn't. And he mad, but he mad at Diddy instead of himself. Oh yeah, I'm saying. So what the fuck happened with him, Mason Jane Dale? I seen this a couple days ago, but I ain't never watched it.
Good, man. I wanted to talk to you, man, because number one.
You want me to put you on the show or what?
I mean, you can. You can. You on the show right now?
Yeah, I'm on my show right now, mate.
Yeah, I don't mind. I just like Gene, I know you. So, I mean, the first thing, I think, like, when you be saying stuff, I think you need to be more truthful, man. Because you were there, you saw something, but it seemed like you doing stuff for ratings and instead of just being real. If you're going to tell people the truth, don't blemish my name and try to make your show look better. Tell the absolute truth, man.
How do I blemish your name, mate?
I know, but you keep saying stuff like being Diddy, like, you know I'm a real man. Like, why you got looking at me funny about what you saying, bro?
How I got somebody, hold up. How do I have somebody looking at you funny, Mace?
I mean, just straight up, because you know, like, you saying funny stuff about religion and all that, like me and him saying, like, yo, you know, I don't even play like that, bro.
Bro, let me tell you something. Did I say you and him was praying together? Go ahead. I'm gonna let you talk.
I know you to be a real one. I know you to be a real one.
Go ahead.
I know you to be an upstanding guy. So I'm not expecting no funny business from you. Like, even in your show, you said some stuff about you and Puff was taking a picture with his dude shot big before he even got killed. But you never really addressed that. So if you're gonna start addressing stuff, bro, address the real stuff, man. Don't be playing around, because this is not a game. This is people's life. And I'm the only one really willing to say something or to do something about it. I ain't hiding behind no YouTube and all of that.
So you said, Mace, hold up. You saying that? You know who I am. You know you. Go ahead.
I'm saying in your video, it's in your video where you said you took a picture with a nigga who shot Big. That's crazy.
Bruh.
You said took a picture with him.
Bruh, you're not listening. Bruh, listen here. Mace, when you talk, I don't say a thing. When I talk, I want the same respect. Now, what I told you was, and what you didn't hear, was they showed me a picture of me, Puff, and the nigga who killed, that Lil C said killed Big. The FBI said they saw the pictures too. When they showed me the picture, they had the face blurred out. I didn't say I took a picture. I said the FBI. Yo, bro.
Yo, this nigga stupid. Yo, it don't matter who the fuck took the picture, dumbass. What Mason saying is you in a picture with the nigga that shot Big. Simple and plain. Like he trying to mince words. I don't think Mace said he took the picture. Mace said you was in the picture. This nigga's stupid. I don't see how people listen to y'all.
At the end of, I said that the LAPD showed me a picture of me, Puff, and the nigga who shot Big. That Lucy said,
why would you, Puff, and Big, why would you and Puff be taking a picture with a dude did that? That don't make no sense.
Because they showed me the picture. I don't know who took the picture. What do you mean? The nigga walked up the Puff car first. And I think,
why was y'all with him?
Puff was in the car. I was standing on the outside. This nigga was coming up down the drive. He was coming down the street. What are you talking about? So if you want to say something, Mace, tell us why you didn't go. Mace, why you didn't go to the party? Mace, why you didn't go to the party?
What's up, Sean? Shit, we been live for a minute.
Why you didn't go? Brandy told you. You told me that Brandy told you. Let's go to the party. Why you didn't go to the party?
Don't change the subject. Yo, he changed the subject. Why you change the subject, bro? Now he talking about why Mace ain't go to the party. Maybe he ain't want to go. You know, maybe he changed his mind last minute. Yo, he is doing everything to duck accountability for Biggie dying on his watch. That's all this is, yo. Gene Deal is struggling with that. It hurts him. And I get it. That shit do hurt. Yo, but you gotta, at some point in time, yo, like Big died in 1996 or 1997, bro. Like, you gotta stop blaming other people. You know what I mean? Just take accountability and move on, bro. Accept it. It happened. It's fucked up. You could have did a better job that night.
Seem like Snitch, and I'm not gonna.
So Mace, who told you, Mace? Didn't I tell you? Listen here, Mace. Did I tell? Let's keep it 100. When you was riding around.
Answer. Let me answer.
Go ahead.
Let me answer the question. You guys was the security. If somebody shot the biggest rapper in the world, why y'all didn't shoot back? Y'all had guns?
Mace.
Yo.
Let me ask you something.
Facts. Yo, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, yo. And I ain't never seen this before. That's all I'm saying, bro. Like, yo. Y'all ain't shoot back. Whole team fired. Never hired again. If you want to work, go to New Jersey. For real though, yo. Like y'all know I be joking. Y'all know I be joking, but I be serious as a motherfucker at the same time. If you want to work again, go to New Jersey. You not work in New York again, Jane. Not on this level. You never get to this level again. And I think Mason's 100% right. Nobody shot back. Salute to Mace. Talking about he chased the car down. The fuck that man. He basically ain't do shit.
In the world, why y'all didn't shoot back? Y'all had guns?
Mace, let me ask you something. I'm gonna get to that. Mace.
He ain't gonna get to that.
Mace, one question. When you was riding around Cali with Stevie J.
Hey, right. He one of them niggas. He one of them niggas when niggas come through spinning the block. He pull out at everybody gone. He just shooting at the air. Ain't nobody even right there and shit. That's Jane Dale. Nigga, like, what the fuck they gone, bro? He didn't allow the whole clip at the street, hitting people's houses and shit.
They say, what the fuck is you doing in a drop top Benz riding around with Stevie J around town? Did I say that to you?
He said keep his ass in New York.
Did I say that to you, man? That's some something. You hear what he just said? You don't want to know the truth. That was your man Mace. Mace, you want to feel a certain kind of way, brother? You tell the truth. That ain't the only reason why you didn't go. You was in the room with Brandy. He talking about nobody shot back. He know me and Tone ran after them cats. He knew we blew the light. He know I told him.
Yes, he blew the light. Hey, yeah, you know, we ain't shoot back, but we did run through a red light, though. You know what I mean? Yo, hold up, yo. That nigga said, yo, don't forget that red light we ran. Fuck you. Nigga said he blew the light. Hey, yo. No, we ain't shoot back. But we definitely ran 2-3 lights. You know what I mean? Fuck that. You got to add that in there. Like, that's a pivotal part of the situation. Don't forget the lights we ran through. That counts for something. This nigga crazy. This nigga said they know we ran a light. I got him say it again.
That ain't the only reason.
Yo, the word of the what you mean? Should have. Oh, I fucked it up. Should Jane Dale? I fucked it up. Hold on, can I edit it? Shit. I was asking, should Jane Dale been fired after what the fuck? Spell check must have did that. After Biggie died on his watch. Yeah, spell check fucked me over, y'all.
Why you didn't go? You was in the room with Brandy. He talking about nobody shot back. He know me and Tone ran after them cats. He knew we blew the light. He know I told him. Why you running around here with Stevie J? See, I'm gonna get in his ass. Come on, he don't play something. Bro, I don't mind coming out of retirement. And none of this
Get the fuck out of here. Nigga, if you ain't gonna shoot for Big, nigga, go get back for Biggie, bitch. Get this nigga out my screen. Yeah, get back for Biggie, man. That's J Dale hashtag get back for Biggie. Talk about, yeah, he ready to go out of retire. Go out of retire to do what? You had a golden opportunity, nigga. Opportunity of a lifetime. And you ass ran a red light. Get the fuck out of here. This nigga said he ran a red light. Hey, I can't believe you really said that. He should have kept that part to himself, yo. He should have said that part, yo. He should have edited that out, like how you do when they be cussing and shit. You know, good goddamn well I ran the light, nigga. Fuck wrong with you? You know them fines and shit, nigga. I got a $200 fine for that shit. I got a $200 fine for that shit, man. Fuck you think this is? What the fuck? Hold up, yo. Yo, why every time I go to the history it does this, yo? This shit is fucking stupid. It don't even do that when I try to go to my history. I'm trying to watch the fucking videos that we just watched. There we go. Cause somebody brought up this guy brought up big homie CC goofy ass. Big homie CC said he moved to London because Diddy gonna kill him. That's what he said, y'all. The fucking big homie CC. Who the fuck is bringing these niggas on the internet? I can't believe people watch, y'all. But yeah, I just was looking at that shit earlier. If Diddy walks, I'm talking number one. Check this nigga out. He think it's crazy, yeah. Yo, we live in I'm trying to tell y'all. Yo, we living in a wild world. I just be on this bitch laughing and like, yo, these niggas is diabolical.
Absolutely,
man.
It's a pleasure. It's an honor.
Look at this nigga. This nigga's a fucking cornball. Oh my gosh. Big homie CC. Check yo out. Always got shades on because he be lying. Lying ass nigga. Check his lying ass out, yo.
Safety if Diddy was to walk free. Well,
Ignite the fairway.
With Fireball.
Jiminy Cricket, you don't even have a club in your hand.
We've been watching that take place. Somebody didn't want me to do this interview. I've had FBI come to my house before and tell me they found a threat against my life.
Hey, this nigga crazy. Hey, what the fuck is this nigga? Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, when it come down to the worst, I think Big Homie CC might be the worst on the internet. Like, you gotta put him next to Charleston White. Like, him and Charleston White is like, and Whack 100. I think it's Big Homie CC. Oh, I don't know. It's Whack 100, Charleston White, and Big Homie CC. They the top 3 clowns on the internet right now. You know what I mean? Your Big Homie CC that said he had pneumonia 4 times. He was poisoned. You remember the other line we did a couple weeks ago, right? Big Homie CC said that he was in a car accident 4 times in this month. It was like 3 weeks in the month. I said, God damn. He said, I'm saying 4 times in 3 weeks, a black truck just hit him. Y'all remember that, yo? He said a black truck hit him, and they were trying to take him out, man. They were trying to stop him from doing the Piers Morgan interview. But it happened. It was only 2 weeks. It was only 2 weeks into the month. He said it happened already 4 times. Yeah, Wack definitely number 1. Yo, this nigga is hilarious, yo. Like, not funny though. Like, hilarious, like a clown.
I'm a person who believes that the Epstein's list is very similar to Diddy's list. I sit there in the video of the guy, Combs, walking around, collecting everyone's cell phone before they get onto a yacht to go party.
Well, after 7 weeks of a trial has rocked the entertainment world, the prosecution has now rested. The defense, meanwhile, started to wrap up their response in just 20 minutes with no witnesses called and without putting Diddy on the stand.
He said he was poisoned. He said he had pneumonia 4 times. Foxy. He said he was in an accident. Black trucks knocked him off the road 4 times in 2 weeks. Like, come on, this ain't a fucking movie, man. Like, it's for real. That happened, yo, and that's it. Like, shit, somebody should have died for that. You talk about you this assassin. I think I heard the nigga say he was an assassin before. Yo, hold up. Did anybody else say Big Homie CC say he was an assassin, or did I make that up? This nigga say he was an assassin. Hey, these niggas crazy.
He's surprised by how the trial has played out. Does he think the verdict will be guilty or not guilty? And is he concerned for his own safety if Diddy was to walk free? Well, I can delightedly say that Big Homie is with me here in London in the main studio. Big Homie, welcome.
Hello, sir. Thank
You're
you for having
in the heart
So
of
the question, the poll question is, should Jane Deal have been fired after Biggie died on his watch? We was talking about Jane Dale, man. I don't know how this fuck that shit came out like that.
Absolutely, it's a pleasure. It's an honor. I'm glad to be here.
Why are you here? First of all, in London?
Well, you know, I have a lot of engagements, speaking events, a lot of podcasts. So I'm really on a European tour right now.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And
you play in the NFL too, yo?
Situation, the circumstances. I decided that it's probably best for me to live outside of the States at this point.
Really?
Absolutely.
So you won't be going back?
No, sir.
For how long?
Now he done ran out the States. Get the fuck out of here. Yo, why? Y'all all sick of these niggas, yo. I'm done with the internet. I'm done. I can't do it, yo. I can't do it, yo. I don't fit in these spaces. Like, yo. Now, look, so Diddy Ray come home. Now he done moved. He done skipped town. He think Diddy gonna kill him. That Diddy ain't. Diddy don't even know this nigga. Yo, is there any proof that Diddy know this nigga? Like, dog, do they got any pictures together with Big Homie CC and Diddy? I don't think Diddy ever met this guy in his life, man.
Indefinitely.
Really?
Absolutely.
But you've emigrated. You've left.
Yes, I've left.
Wow. Why?
His life in danger.
You know, we've got some intel about certain things, and shout out to my brother Dugar and the rest of our team. You know, there are some adequate and imminent threats to me, And I made an agreement with my mother that at a certain age that I would eventually, try to settle down, have a family, and
these niggas crazy, yo. What's up, Herb? Hey, what the fuck wrong with these niggas? There's some animate and threats to my life. Bitch, anybody worry with your dumb ass, your bald head ass. They ain't got to do no threat. They can run you down, bro. Like, you talking about like somebody got put together a team of assassins. They get big OBCC. And you get your neighborhood dope boy to run down on his ass and end him. You know what I mean? He be out of here. Like, this nigga is crazy, man. Yo, these guys are out of control, yo. They out of control. This shit got to end, yo. I hope this is the last year of this. After Diddy situation done, yo, I hope this is not the new normal. I don't know. He did say he was a guy. I could have sworn I heard him say he was an assassin, but I could have made that up though, because he just said so much. Maybe that's just how it. Maybe that's just how it ran back in my mind. But maybe he didn't say he was an assassin. But this nigga crazy though, man.
I wouldn't partake in violent acts and stuff like that anymore in the line of work. So, I always took my education seriously growing up, and my mom did a well job to make sure myself and my brother were cultured. So, it's been a nice integration process for me. I'm living in London right now.
Do you think you'll set up home here?
Definitely.
Really?
Absolutely.
You feel safer here?
Definitely, I do. Absolutely, I do. I'm at the local Sainsbury's and people stopping me after our first interview. A lot of people tuned in.
Yeah, 3 million people watched that interview. It's huge.
Right, that's huge. It's huge.
Did you get a lot of reaction to it?
I got a huge, almost an overwhelming reaction.
That's what he said. Fauci's culture.
A lot of people were. A lot of people were really interested to see you and I have a conversation.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were pleased by it. So
I've got some reaction here. We took some comments off the Uncensored YouTube channel.
No doubt.
Eve Carr said, "I've literally fallen in love with Big Homie. There's nothing more attractive than a man genuinely wanting to protect women and kids. I hope he stays safe."
Wow.
And then Gerald Slivka said, "You, sir, have huge balls." He means you, for doing this interview. Hats off to you. I applaud you for what you and your team are doing. I hope you and yours are well protected. And IT said, Homie was very, very careful. You can tell he knows a lot. He just can't say it on air.
That's all
I hope
he did,
this guy is safe and continues to...
He was brought on the internet to run these fake narratives on Diddy. He put a lot of wild. That's why he left. Diddy probably gonna sue his ass. He probably safe from fucking prosecution in London. I don't know how that shit worked for his lawsuits. But that's really probably why he left. Because I guarantee, matter of fact, he might be target number one. Because he put out some wild allegations on Diddy. Like, he came in hot. Wild allegations. Yo, we gotta go to his first interview with Can Capone. Because Can Capone found this fuckboy. I don't know where he found him at. Probably in a dumpster. But this nigga allegations on Diddy was extreme.
Do what he does best. On that last point, are you careful? Have you been careful about what you say publicly?
Yeah, very, very, very careful how transparent I am, due to the fact that, there are still victims that I want to protect their identities.
And Busta Rhymes.
I just feel like a proper gentleman should always be wary of his etiquette. And, I'm far from a slouch. I'm a formidable opponent for anyone, but no man is invincible, and Father Time is undefeated. I'm not 20, 21 years old anymore. It takes a longer time to recover from things. I've been shot, I've been stabbed, I've been poisoned, I've been.
No, here we go.
You name it.
Here you go. I've been shot. I've been stabbed. I've been poisoned. I've been in car accidents. I done got beat brutally. This nigga done been through it all. This nigga fucking. I can't stand this nigga, yo. Foxy, why you tell me turn two to them? This should have never brought this nigga up. Yo, we don't bring up these type of people over here, man. We try to ignore them. They deserve to be ignored.
What does a lifetime warranty?
Yeah, right here, victim and a bodyguard. That is confusing, man. You ain't lying. I'd never employ him after all that shit he done been through. Nigga, what's your body count, nigga? With all that shit, he should have a fucking 5 bodies on his resume. That's what made me think he was an assassin.
You know, in order for a man to combat evil, you know, sometimes he must be able to enact evil as well. And, you know, violence is not my identity. Just a toolbox in my, a tool in my toolbox, I should say, because,
you know, to read something. They cut the camera off. You must have to read something.
In positions of power who, you know, if you spend a lot of money for a wedding and stuff like that, on rings to court a lady, you know, just to be urinating on her and sharing her with male sex workers and stuff like that, your moral compass is skewed in this law.
You mean like Diddy?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What have you, I mean, we obviously spoke near the start of the trial. We're now at the end of the trial, waiting for the final arguments.
Shorty, not a goddamn person.
Things. I mean,
he can't even protect his girl. Nigga, take his girl.
They dropped some of the
take Big Homie CC girl,
in
man.
Case against him.
Big Homie CC one of them niggas, right? When you outside, you out in the club and shit, you see her walk with a chick, you gonna holler at anyway. That's Big Homie CC. If Big Homie CC was around the same era as me, in the same age range, when I was 19, I'd have hollered at this girl, man. Fuck wrong with you? Are you with this nigga? I did a real bad, you heard me? And they used to do that shit coming up, man. Made his ass do something.
To kidnapping and arson to simplify, they say, jury instructions. But the central charges remain unchanged, with the government now focused on forced labor and sex trafficking. I've interestingly interviewed a lot of people, some of them with direct involvement here. You know, for example, the male prostitute, Sheree Hayes, known as the Punisher. He was fascinating in that interview because it's certainly from his testimony, both in court and then to me. Let's take a look at a little clip of this. You know, at the center of this, it seems to me, is going to be the issue of consent, as to whether she was consenting to all this
like
as a willing participant in this. What is your view? I mean, do you believe this was all consensual, or do you think that, as the prosecution want the jury to believe, this was all coercion, control, and criminal?
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm only privy to the circumstances that I was a part of, and as similar to I testified to, I didn't get any cues, didn't have any thing that would lead me to believe in the moment that she was under any duress or any forced scenario. It was presented to me that this was something that she wanted to create for her husband. You know, for the majority of the time I interacted with them, I believe they were a married couple, and I believed, based on me following them on Instagram and whatever interactions that I've seen, although minimally, it seemed like a normal situation. I didn't get any cues to it being a distressful environment.
What was interesting about that, in the cross-examination of Cassie Ventura, text messages came out that certainly suggested she was a willing participant. One message from 2012, she wrote to Combs, "Besides making love, talking to you is my favorite thing." 5 years later, she told him in a series of messages she missed him. She asked him to send a picture of his.
Look, there she go, being loose again. See, that's why Diddy was like that. Yo, you couldn't trust Cassie. Cassie was a fucking Rolling Stone, man. Cassie was a Rolling Stone, yo. You turn your head for a minute, Cassie is gone. She like the wind. You heard me? You got a wind blow? You turn your head for a minute, Cassie is gone. You heard me? You don't know where she went. You searching high and low. Next thing you know, she down the street fucking sucking somebody. Like, God damn, Cassie was only gone for 3 minutes. Cassie couldn't be trusted, y'all. Diddy should have seen this coming because she couldn't be trusted back then. You can just imagine an older, more experienced Cassie. You definitely can't trust her now. That's why she's out here moving like this.
To be, quotes, your little freak. You know, how significant do you think all that is going to be in terms of creating a picture to the jury, perhaps, that this was consensual? It may not be what people like. It might be, as you said, actually pretty disgusting in parts, but that's just a moral verdict. It's not a criminal one.
Yeah, you know, she like Cassie. Yo, Cassie wasn't here today, gone tomorrow. She a Rolling Stone. Wherever she there, I had is at home, man. You gotta keep an eye on Cassie, man.
Right.
when it comes to this situation, I always feel like, as a man, he should always be a calm, collected leader. And there's a psychological aspect to this that people are overlooking. I think it's crass. I feel like it's asinine. I think it's an egregious situation simply because this is a situation that I would call a trauma bond. And in the work that I do, last year we brought home 17 missing women, 4 children, three girls, 1 little boy.
Yo, can anybody vouch for these statistics? Yo, cause he says this a lot. Yo, what page is that where he's tracking down missing children, man? Like, is this true or is he just making this shit up? Can anybody verify these claims?
And always the nature of the relationship between the trafficker and the trafficked is indeed a trauma bond. So they might not feel like what they're doing is a process of being oppressed, but to them, they are in love with their oppressor, so they're willing to do anything to appease them because they look up to them and respect them. Because when you look at a lot of situations where child molestation takes place, it's usually by somebody very close.
Yeah, why is child molestation?
There's a relationship between them that I've seen between street pimps and sex workers, street walkers. I feel like people aren't taking into consideration that when people are in love, especially when a lady is in love with a guy, he's powerful, he's wealthy,
and violent.
We
saw from the video, the infamous video of him beating Cassie up in the hotel corridor.
Absolutely.
Any man that's prepared to do that to a woman in a hotel corridor where you must know there are cameras.
Yes.
Anyone prepared to do that with such impunity and so violently.
Yes.
Yeah, this is why, although all her messaging looks consensual, although what the Punisher told me appeared to be consensual, in the back of my mind, and it must be in the back of, I know, it's sort of crazy, although actually I've got to say he was a likeable guy.
Yeah, and see, this wasn't even his...
He didn't even know it was Diddy the whole time, right?
And that's the thing, and this wasn't even his profession,
right?
He was a male...
Trauma bonding ain't got nothing to do with sex trafficking, though. Yeah, it could be trauma bonding, that is real, but that ain't got shit to do with sex trafficking.
Dancer.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. He coerced him into this. It's something, so we call him a zest monster. He coerced this person into this. And, had he compensated this young lady properly for the services she provided for him, this never happened.
Let's talk salary.
Great. What do you typically offer for this role?
To that type of stuff. Not saying it's true or false. I just, that's beyond my expertise, man.
He made a $30 million payment to her. Innocence doesn't cost that much. And I feel like it's a telltale sign.
That's a very interesting comment. It doesn't cost that
No,
much. I agree. I also interviewed Diddy's former friend Ray J, who had done a bit of an about turn about it. Let's take a look at that.
Nah, man.
What is your view of how this case is going?
Lord, he got Ray J up there.
I think it's kind of becoming a circus, and with all the allegations, and now with everybody explaining like what's happening in the bedroom, I mean, every day it just sounds crazier and crazier and freakier and weirder, right? And I'm like trying to understand, with all this being said, like with Kid Cudi going on and saying everything that happened, but then ended up saying Cassie played both of us. It's like, where are we trying to go? Are we just trying to like tell all of these crazy stories and then that equals out to sex trafficking? I mean, it's starting to become outrageous. It's a RICO case. It's really only Diddy and maybe one other person. Like, I'm just starting to feel uncomfortable, and I'm starting to feel weird about this whole thing.
What do you feel about that?
Okay.
Do you know Ray J?
This guy, I've seen him, Diddy, and F. Gary Gray in Vegas together on some very strange timing, I should say. And
what do you mean?
Goddamn, Foxy.
That guy is privy to a lot of things that take place at those events.
Man, see the Raw Dope podcast.
Because he was there for a lot of them.
Really?
Absolutely. You know.
You saw him?
Make sure y'all tapping the Raw Dope podcast.
I've seen Ray J. And I feel like, you know, it's kind of aggravating, like watching people try
Yo,
to.
Has anybody vouched for this thing? I'm done with him. Does he just be over this bitch just talking, making up shit? Was Diddy involved? Let's see what he said about Tupac and Biggie. Let's see what his reaction is to that.
So just on Diddy and Tupac and Suge Knight, obviously, do you personally believe he was pretty directly involved?
Absolutely.
No doubt.
No doubt about it.
And do you think the whole hip-hop world knows that?
Yes. Yeah, in the hip-hop world, it's common knowledge. Absolutely.
What does that tell you about the kind of man Diddy is then?
You ever notice that you always see this gentleman in a towel, shirtless, in his underpants all the time?
What does that mean, yo?
Why you always half naked in the middle of the day?
What does that mean?
And, you know, there's a video of him saying that he's a savage. And he's screaming this. And he's saying that whatever he wants, he's going to get.
They do,
And he said it by any means. And this shows that.
What the
Do you
fuck?
think he's...
How the fuck did he just make that connection? Yo, listen to the question and listen to the answer. Hold up, yo. Listen to the question and the answer real quick.
So just on Diddy and Tupac and Suge Knight, obviously, do you personally believe he was
Listen to the answer, yo.
involved?
Absolutely.
No doubt.
No doubt about it.
And do you think the whole hip-hop world knows that?
Yes. Yeah, in the hip-hop world, it's common knowledge. Absolutely.
All right, here we
what
go.
does that tell you about the kind of man Diddy is then?
You ever notice that you always see this gentleman in a towel, shirtless, in his underpants?
He asked him, what does that tell you the kind of man Diddy is then? Yo, sat there like, shit. I know he's gonna ask me that. That wasn't part of the script. Did you know that every time you see the man, he's in the towel? Like, what the fuck does that got to do with you just saying that the whole hip hop world know that that Diddy killed Tupac? I can't believe people watch this shit. Like, yo, we only watch this shit for giggles and laughs. Like, anything else, if you watching these guys for anything outside of laughs, then damn, I apologize for you. You hear me? Because this ain't that. You ain't getting no truth here.
Why you always half naked in the middle of the day? And, you know, there's a video of him saying that he's a savage. And he's screaming this. And he's saying that whatever he wants, he's going to get. And he said it by any means. And this shows that.
What?
Do you think he's capable and, in fact, has caused people to be killed?
Yes.
Damn. Hey, yo, yeah, that's why he went to London. He went to London because he got a hefty-ass lawsuit. Let's find out. He got a hefty lawsuit coming. Let's see if American. If you live in America, can you sue a man in London?
According to theportablewife.com, when I first published this post, I never imagined I'd need to say this. But in case you didn't know, a U.S. citizen cannot live in the UK without a visa.
No, that's not what I'm looking for, bitch. Can you not see? Sue. He must be trying to get some type of technicality. See, oh yeah, you can. Yes, it is possible to sue someone from a different country, including based on jurisdiction. The process of suing someone abroad can be accomplished through litigation, arbitration. However, serving notice may be required from permission from the court, especially if the person lives in the European Union. Yeah, so he trying to duck. He trying to duck motherfucking them lawsuits because he got to get served. He got to get served, so you got to find his ass first. Did he find his ass?
I'm not going to infer. I'm not going to invent or make up details. But very few people who have that type of personality.
He probably don't got
that
his
they
real
feel like they
ID
can
yet.
have whatever they want. Very few of those people are safe to be around.
He said he's moving to
especially
London. That's what he said. He said he's moving to London. Look, the title, Big Homie CC Leaves America. He's moving to London, man. He's a resident of the UK. He ain't coming back because he got a hefty-ass lawsuit waiting for him.
Inebriated state. You know, he was arrested while under indictment. You know, he was arrested with narcotics, defaced firearms. If you're under federal indictment, you probably don't want to walk around with large amounts of cocaine on you. What happened to the gentleman who was a...
Yo, large amounts of cocaine, yo. Nowhere in the indictment did it allege that Diddy had large amounts of cocaine. Large amounts? What he had 4.5? What he had 9 ounces? Did he even have an ounce? Like, yo, this nigga just be saying shit, man. Nigga ain't nowhere in the indictment did he had no large amounts of any drugs. It was our personal usage.
Arrested getting on the private jet with him, who was his mule, who carried the drugs around for him.
There we go. Nigga still lying. Yo, a mule doesn't spend $100 to $500 worth of drugs. I mean, you know, for drugs. I thought mule was reserved for like large level traffickers. Like, if we ain't just ready to start throwing the word mule around. If that's the case, I know a lot of drug mules that ain't getting no money. You hear me? Like, we ain't ready to do that. I think he running from a lawsuit for all the lies he told.
A lot of people are just magically missing. They're not in this, are not in the indictment. They're not witnesses. And then it's a telltale sign when somebody of his stature, you have no good
character. He already
character.
filed one already, Fox.
No one is going to come up there to defend you. None of your peers. I feel like where there's smoke, there's fire, and there's definitely a fire going on.
Let me play the clip from
I told y'all, couldn't nobody defend Diddy because the media done tricked people into believing there was kids involved. Nobody's gonna stand with that. They're not even gonna risk they're not even gonna risk it, even though they know it's false. The people believe it. That's all that matters is the people believe it. So they're not gonna risk putting their rep on the line when the world is telling y'all that there's kids involved in this, even though they knew it was false.
Also said what he thought was going to happen.
If Puffy got on the stand and told the truth, I know he'll walk. If he got on the stand and say, look, I'm gay and straight. I mess with guys. I mess with women. I do it all. Puffy not guilty for the things he did to these people. He's guilty for being a cold, freaky man that want freaky things done to him.
Cole.
But in the Cassie situation, they could not say he was having sex with the men also, because that'll make him like it's an orgy.
Well, how many years have Big Homie CC been saying this? I only seen Big Homie CC for the internet for, he only been on the internet a year. James, you got some old Big Homie CC interviews from 5 years ago? What? Hey, Ladybug, you think that's why we defending Diddy? Because he rich and black? We defending Diddy because Diddy's been maliciously prosecuted. Diddy's been slandered with lies. You should be defending Diddy too. Would you want somebody to do that shit to you? Would you, hey Ladybug, would you want somebody to come on the internet and just start slandering you with lies? And falsehoods and say that you out here molesting children? And that your parties are freak off events where girls and kids are getting drugged and raped? Would you want that to be a narrative placed on you when it was all fabricated? And getting paid to do it? The fuck we all should be defending Diddy. The fuck is you talking about? They all let the media manipulate y'all mind into believing lies, man. That's why most of y'all went to this trial confused and shocked at the verdict. Hey James, where's the proof? This nigga's a liar. He's one of the biggest. He's like, you believe this fuck boy? Any nigga that do interviews with glasses on, don't trust him. Flat out. Eliminate the niggas that wear glasses. If you doing interviews with shades on, that means we can't see your eyes, nigga. I need to see your eyes when you speak to me, nigga. Ain't that how it's supposed to be? Look a man in his face when you speak. I need to see your motherfucking eyes. At least 85% of the time, I need to make sure you lying. Cause I can see through the lies looking in your eyes. That's why he hides them bitches. That's why he hide his eyes, cause he know you on that bitch lying. Alright, get the fuck out of here, man. James, you believe anything. You still believe in Santa Claus. Santa Claus coming down the chimney this year, James. Make sure you leave out some cookies and milk. Cause you fucking believe anything.
Trafficking. It won't be like forcing stuff to do. But at the end of the day, there's no way Puffy should go to prison for the rest of his life.
Your thoughts about that? Do you know Suge Knight?
I don't know him personally, but we have mutual friends, and I just feel like a lot of people who aren't familiar with the law.
Now he
if you are paying
they don't know, but they got mutual friends.
To cross state lines,
they all lying, James.
That's illegal. And everybody wants to now victim shame this woman who is obviously in a trauma bond with a guy that she loved. And I feel like along that process, she met other people who started to like, listen, look, this ain't all the way right, but there is the end game. And I feel like she followed that.
Hey, Jay, we just talked about Jay there for a whole hour. Riding the video about an hour. And we just discussed, the matter of fact, the poll question is about Jane Dale. It just fucked up. Do spell check. The poll question is, should Jane Dale have been fired after Biggie died on his watch? 73% said yes. Jane Dale was mad at Diddy, because Biggie died on his watch. And he's blaming Diddy and Bad Boy because he couldn't work in New York no more. He had to go to motherfucking upstate. He had to work in Long Island, Rhode Island after that. You know, he hated it in Rhode Island. Nope, that's what they said, Herb. You can't do none of that. That shit dead. Yeah, man, you cannot book a flight. You can't meet a girl on the internet and fly her to you and then give her a couple of hours. That's sex trafficking. Let the United States government tell it.
And it paid off for her financially. But, you know, she'll forever have to live with the shame of the details that came out. I mean, you got a guy named the Punisher in here with you and your wife. You're concealing your identity.
No, Jane left because Jane got fired. He should have got fired. If you employ Jane Dale, James, the bodyguard, somebody you know, and they died when Jane Dale was the head of security, wouldn't you fire his ass too? When you fire him too? When you make sure in his resignation or in his letter when you fire him that he be non-rehireable? We ain't talking about the streets, talking about the agency. When you make him non-rehireable, I would. I would.
And once he ejaculates, the Punisher, she's taking the semen and
he was the
rubbing
head of security, though.
Diddy's nipples. That's outrageous.
That's how it always goes. The head takes the accountability, man. When you the head of any organization, you take accountability for it. Ain't that how it go, Herb? That is how it go. When you the head of any organization, when the organization falls, yo, you are at fault. Even if it's direct or indirectly, you are at fault, man. It's the same shit in the streets. The same shit in any business. If I started a motherfucking... Nah, bro, it's not about that. It's about him being the head of the organization. He was head of security. If I start a business and my business falls, it don't matter if they were stealing from me at the bottom. I can't say, no, it fell because they were stealing from me. No, my job is to find out who's stealing and get them out of there before the business fall. So regardless of how you slice it, if you are the head of security, if somebody dies, yo, you are at fault and you gotta take responsibility for that. It's like it's like the captain on the ship. Y'all know if a ship sink, the captain gotta stay on there? You are man. You are the head of this ship. If a plane falls and everybody jumps off, the pilot got to go down with the plane, man. That's how that shit works. If you don't go down with the plane, it's called accountability. If you don't go down with the plane, then you facing federal charges. If you don't go down with the ship, then you are facing federal charges. If everybody die, and you live, you going to prison, bro. It's the same concept. Gene Deal was the head of security. Biggie died on his team watch. Gene Deal is at fault.
I just find it revolting. However, it's not illegal.
What is illegal is coercing people into sexual acts and then giving them payment. And then you're paying for them to travel across state lines. That violates interstate commerce. People don't know the law.
Well, I had Suge Knight's former lawyer, Matthew Fletcher, on a few times, and the last time he said this.
Because what you're talking about now is an allegation that this, and I'm going to use its Mandingo stereotype of this crazed black man who's being prosecuted by 5 white women who are saying this man's sexual needs are insatiable and they can have sex for hours and hours and never rest and always ejaculate. That's not true from a pharmacological standpoint. That is absurd. If this was in the 60s or 70s in Mississippi, I think people would be irate. I don't like Sean Combs.
No matter what his orders was, the main objective is to make sure everybody make it home. Everybody didn't make it home that night. Gene Deal was speaking out because Gene Deal was living with regret. How am I talking crazy? So Herb, come on, you from Baltimore, bro. Come on now, you know how that's talking crazy. How that's talking crazy, yo. If the head of the organization, if the organization falls, I already say, you know how that shit go. If the organization falls, that falls on the head, not the underlings. Oh yeah, Big Homie CC a wild ass nigga.
Wasn't he prosecuted for that? The question is, why wasn't he prosecuted for all of these crimes that have allegedly occurred, but we save it all up and we bring it in this case?
What do you think of that?
I feel that, okay, this is crazy because.
Whoa! What's that noise?
When you get yourself in a situation like this,
hey, Harold, don't you know Bert, yo, from our uplines?
I feel like it's cowardice to everybody start playing the race card.
They my niggas, right?
I often see people playing the race card when high-level thinking has to take place, and when
Junkie was my cousin, bro.
Face the fiery line of accountability.
Let's be up last.
I don't think this is a situation of the race card. I feel like I don't think he's being painted as a crazed black man with a unsatisfiable sexual nature. Man. I feel like he's a sexual demon who thought he was bigger than the program. Who felt like, eventually this is all going to go away. He has a history of ripping people off in their contracts. He has a history of not paying people and providing service.
That shit was so long ago.
At the end of the day, I feel like any man, especially a man of African descent, if you reach a certain level like that, it'll be more conducive for you to empower your circle, empower the people in your environment instead of oppressing them. If you do that, none of this takes place. The whole race card thing, I think it's cowardly. And
if he does walk, Diddy, as a lot of people think he might, I don't know what's going to happen. I think it's a really fascinating case. It literally comes down to whether the jury believes that this was consensual or not. If he does walk, though, would you?
No, only reason I even brought this nigga up is because Foxy referred to him when we was talking about Jane Dale be lying, and she was like, well, the Big Homie CC be lying too? Like, what the fuck? He the biggest liar. Like, this nigga done made some wild claims throughout this whole situation. I'm talking about the wildest claims I done heard. He worse than Jaguar Wright. Oh my God. He lied about everything, James. Y'all believe everything. These niggas, if y'all ain't learned nothing else throughout this whole Diddy situation, what you should have learned is, yo, these people who lie and get away with it. Mainstream media lies. And that's why people started moving away from the fuck. I can give you a million lies. The biggest lie I told is there wasn't no kids in this case. The biggest lie I told was it was kids in this case. Everybody is 1,000 lie. He is mainstream. He on Piers Morgan mainstream. He already hiding, Rich. He say he moving to London. He already hiding. He already know what's ready to happen. Then he ready to see the pass off this nigga. All these lies he told. The Jaguar Wright definitely the worst. I just said he said Diddy was molesting kids. What's up, kid? What's up, kid? Diddy was molesting kids, man. That's what he said. He said that on numerous occasions. You keep talking about he been talking. Hey James, are you big homie CC? Yo, what? Let me look up the video. What video? Ain't no truth to that. Y'all say ain't never confirmed that. Ain't no truth to that, bro. Dave, what the heck about nigga Dave, man? What the fuck it is? Nigga, fuck you been. I think we been live for 3 hours, nigga. Hey James, what do I gotta look up to find out this big homie CC been saying this shit for years? Well, let me know. We can pull it out right now. Yo, Jane Deal admitted that he said he heard that was a rumor. He said it was a rumor, man. He said he don't know if that's true or not. When Diddy first got booked, when Diddy first got booked, Jane Dale said, well, I never said anything to get him locked up. The big homie CC first interview was Can Capone. Let's see if we can find out what the fuck. His first interview was Can Capone. That shit was like a year ago. This is his first interview right here. This is the first interview. It was a year ago. Let's see if we can find anything longer than a year ago. You don't have no interview that was longer than a year ago. Oh shit. Fucked it up. Yeah, he don't have no interview longer than a year ago, yo. So what do you mean he been talking? This whole interview was a lie. Listen to this wild ass interview. I be laughing at this nigga for real. I ain't laughing at it because he's funny. I think what he doing is despicable, to be honest. I think what he's doing is dishonorable. It's despicable. Listen to this shit. Like, to sit back and lie on a person for monetary gain is crazy. And to act like you got some type of inside. That's why I got sources now, y'all. See what the Tisa tells y'all. Says, if y'all didn't know, I got sources now. So my sources have been telling me a lot lately. Like, I just got sources. Hey, and how long we had sources? How long we had sources over here? I forgot. What that shit was like, a week, 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago, I think it might have been 2 weeks now. I had sources for 2 weeks. So I got sources now, y'all. And my sources have been telling me that big homie CC is full of shit. You know what I mean? They've been telling me Tisa Tells and Diddy's involved in the freak off a freak off agreement. It been 2 weeks, 2 weeks and 2 days. Yeah, yo, so for 2 weeks and 2 days, we had sources over here. I don't know if y'all knew that if you're new to the channel. You feel me? So my sources have been telling me for a while that Big Homie CC ain't right. I know, T-Mac. These motherfuckers are saying they lying, man. Like at high rates. There's no truth in the shit. Look at this interview. This interview was ridiculous. This is how he even got on, on every platform. He lied in his first interview, so he had to keep the lie going. 1.2 million views. Whole bunch of lies.
All right, Big Homie.
Hey, Tom, why you don't believe I got sources? So you believe Tisa Tells got sources and not me? What the fuck make her different? What make me different than Tisa? I got sources too, and my sources they be telling me shit. And these are legal sources. These are sources that's close to the situation. You understand what I'm saying? See how I can do it with a straight face? My sources that's close to the situation is telling me that Big Homie CC is full of shit. And you can take it and believe it. Man, salute to Atlanta, man. But don't discredit my sources, but believe hers. When her sources been known to be lying.
CC. Yes, sir. What's the word, bro? How you living? I'm good.
Yo,
man.
You don't name your sources. Why I can't reveal to you? Somebody might take them. I can't reveal to you my sources. The fuck you mean? I never reveal my sources. These are unnamed sources. Okay, you don't gotta believe it. Just know I got them. And they told me that Tisa Tells is a negotiation with Diddy for a freak off, and Big Homie CC have been lying his way to the internet.
How you doing? I'm doing good, man. I'm glad to be here.
The legal sources.
That's what's up. I'm glad to have you, man. Yes, sir. Appreciate it. For sure, man. So, for everybody who might not know who you are, can you kind of give them like an introduction to who you are and what you do?
It's your boy BH, man. You know, celebrity bodyguard, rapper, entrepreneur. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of celebrity stars, I'm the person they call when they get treacherous.
Yeah, we got sources, man.
When they can't call like normal security.
Okay, niggas mad I got sources. That's crazy, yo. Like everybody else can have sources except Keep It G News. That's wild. Y'all wild for that.
They gotta call somebody who got reach in the street. They gotta call somebody who can, when they got a female passed out in the hotel room. And the police on their ass, they gotta call me. You know what I'm saying? People.
Look at this nigga, hold up. Hey, yo. This nigga, hold up. Let me backtrack it again. Nigga said, hey, yo, hold up. This nigga said, when they got somebody passed out the hotel room, they gotta call me. Like, yo. Yo, I didn't be on the bitch just saying anything, yo. Yo. Yo, my fucking stomach. Yo, they literally be on the bitch just saying anything. Like, yo, come on, bro. This shit is crazy. Let him run it back again.
Can you kind of give them like an introduction to who you are and what you do?
God.
It's your boy BH, man. Celebrity bodyguard, rapper, entrepreneur. You know what I'm saying? Like. A lot of celebrity stars, I'm the person they call when they get treacherous. You feel me? Like when they can't call like a normal security, they gotta call somebody who got reach in the street. They gotta call somebody who can,
Yo, do y'all think he got reach in the streets? Yo, do people legitimately believe that this nigga got? Hey, Dave, you think he got reach in the streets, bro? Yeah, let me call my guys, man. That nigga can't stop nothing. You heard me? At all.
When they got the
big bro, what it is?
They got a female passed out in the hotel room, and the police on their ass. They gotta call me. You know what I'm saying? People trying to kill them.
So basically,
getting extorted. They gotta call me.
So he the cleanup man. That nigga BG or Dangerous Grounds with the K up in my head. That big old whole time BG was talking about big old CC, y'all. That nigga is the cleanup man. Yo, whatever you need done, I don't give a fuck if you need garbage removed. Man, hit Big Homie CC, man. So basically what he said is, if the chain get took, call Big Homie CC. If you got a girl that's inebriated, passed out, drunk, and you just sexually assault her, big homie CC is the guy, man. If you need your motherfucking walls painted, if you need your walls painted, yo, big homie CC is the guy, man. Jack of all trades. Yo, I can't believe people believe this nonsense. What's up, Shara?
That's why I charge a fee. You know what I'm saying? The truth.
Yeah, we just had 100-something people in here.
That's what it is.
Earlier.
Well,
we been live for like 4 hours, I think. Yeah, I think we got to like 200 people. I think we had 200 people in here earlier.
The biggest news going on right now is Diddy.
Yes, sir.
What are your thoughts on Diddy? Have you ever worked with Diddy? Have you ever met Diddy?
I've met him a couple times. I definitely worked with him. But everything everybody's saying, I've been saying for years, bro. I've been saying it for years. Like, man, these boys are weird. You feel me? Like,
and that's what I'm saying, Nico. And that's why they're getting away with it. Because like, what are you gonna get from suing them? Like, you're not gonna get anything. It's like you're gonna spend more money suing them. But with some of these people, you gotta do that. Some of these people, you gotta say, "Fuck, I gotta take the losses," and they're getting out of control. But you're gonna spend more money suing them than you're actually gonna recoup.
With him, he looking around like, damn, like a lot of guys kissing each other in here, man. You feel me? What y'all do is y'all business.
So you've been to a party and seen this?
Oh, I've seen it firsthand, multiple times.
Man.
I've seen Dwight Howard in a pink dress, bro.
What?
I've seen Dwight Howard in a pink dress with two other ladies in dresses. They all the same height at a Diddy party.
Jesus.
Ask about Dwight Howard in Mexico.
What's up with Dwight Howard in Mexico?
You know, they don't got paparazzi out there like that. You feel me? They was down there hooping.
Now it ain't no pictures. Now he's speaking. Nobody can verify these claims because there ain't no paparazzi there. Like, oh, this nigga, yo, this guy is crazy, yo. He one of the worst. Yeah, he just making shit up. Ask about Dwight Howard in Mexico. Oh, but you know, ain't no paparazzi there. This nigga crazy. Weak ass Barbary shades.
To the club with these same ladies. Nobody saying nothing. That's why he's not in the league right now. You heard about him catching the sexual assault on the little designer dude?
Yeah.
Right. Him. Imagine you got two 7-foot-tall, swole guys in dresses, cornering you in a hotel in a bedroom. You finna be scared. Fact. So, like, I distinctly remember going to a Diddy party. All the waitresses topless. They serving you, everybody topless. You feel me? Like, he got dancers in cages, people walking around with lions on tigers on leashes. I seen this with my own two eyes. See what I'm saying?
Who said? Who can vouch?
Weird in the party. I'm like, man. I tell the security team I'm working with, but let me sit outside in the Escalade. So I go outside in the Escalade and I'm just chilling out there because
I guess
I got a reputation to maintain, bro. Outstanding member. Like, I don't want nobody thinking that, man, they got BH with this. That was always a concern for me, bro. That was always a concern. I've seen it for myself because Bobby Valentino was the person I was bodyguarding at. You see what I'm saying? He tell me I done got so much pussy before, you know, pussy don't even really excite me. I'm like, well, what you mean? But he there. What you mean? On bro, folks grave. I said, what you mean? So he got two girls with him. So I'm thinking to myself, like, damn, hold on. These might not be normal girls. Sure enough. Now he say, man, take my girl to the bathroom. I'm like, okay. We walk into the bathroom. You feel me? She go into the men's bathroom. But that's not all the way crazy because it's one bathroom packed, you feel me? People might do that. You know what I'm saying? So people start swarming the door. So I step inside the bathroom door. She's standing at the urinal. Dress lifted up. I'm like, damn.
Oh, man.
Okay, that's how they coming? All right. So, you know, I'm gonna tell everybody this. If you at a celebrity party and the white guys come in like they was on Twilight, look like vampires. They holding their drink like this. You feel me? With the blonde hair and stuff like that. It's finna get crazy in the party now, you feel me? Seen it too many times. When the white guys come in like they was on a vampire movie, bro.
What happened,
Hella
bro?
jail, spikes sticking up, around a bunch of black dudes. Yeah, somebody finna get their case touched on, bro. But here's another thing, though. I bodyguarded this guy who was a pimp before. And he told me, he said, look, if a man have too much of one thing, he start trying other things. So as soon as I heard that, I went celibate for like 2 years. Because I ain't even trying to have, like...
This nigga's out of control. Yeah. He just don't stop. He just keep the lies coming. Like, he is good at that shit. Yo, I can't believe people sit back and watch this shit like, damn, I never knew. They could be like, oh shit, I kind of figured that's what's going on. Like, oh, this nigga is blatantly lying. Like, it's so fucking obvious.
Bro, I think a lot of things is evil. And in the music industry, you see a lot of things that's evil. And they'll tell you crazy because you don't agree with it. I seen this. All of this stuff that's coming out, I've been saying.
He can't keep a straight face. Keep a straight face.
I've been saying. That's why I started taking gigs. And I'm bringing the guys with me. Because it's like, all right, I don't want to be the only straight guy in here. See what I'm saying? Then at the same time, if something happens.
So he's going to gay parties.
If you on a team with like 5 security.
So this nigga was bodyguard. He was the head bodyguard at the gay parties, y'all. That's if you didn't catch that. That's what he said. He was the head bodyguard for all the gay parties in Hollywood. Like they employed him specifically. They ain't one Jane deal for this. No, I don't know. We needed a big homie CC. Yeah, if it's a gay party in Hollywood, big homie CC is there.
Dude, they might be 7 feet tall, but they 5 feet tall in their heart. Well, a lot of them be soft, scary. They not gangster at all. Like they gonna run and leave you and call the police. Like they not gonna shoot no gun, bro. Name one time you heard about a security guard, a bodyguard shooting somebody.
Snoop Dogg's bodyguard.
That was 20 years ago. That's why you hear all the rappers saying, I don't need no bodyguard.
Yeah, he did.
You hear that in every song. That's why.
But I thought you was a
That's
bodyguard.
why I charge what I charge. Because you get me,
you shooting shit
and
out.
phone them coming out. And half the time, people know not to try us.
Oh shit!
So we don't really have to do.
Look, that nigga super bodyguard. He say, man, nigga talk about James Dale. Nigga, I'm the real deal. Nigga. You book me, somebody getting shot. I shot somebody at every fucking party I work. What you talk about, nigga? That's how my man Bose used to be, yo. Man, rest in peace, Bose. That nigga Bose. That nigga Bose say he shot somebody anywhere he went. That's big homie CC though, y'all. Man, 4 of them coming out, we shooting shit off the muscle. Yeah. Off the muscle, we shooting shit.
Nothing. But like I worked with people, dudes like that dude Kane Kong, he big, but he'll knock you out. But most dudes not doing that. They get knocked out or calling 12.
Back to the Diddy thing. What was your actual interactions with Diddy like?
So my interactions with him was this. He had an appearance at this club called The Vibe in Chicago on Kingsbury when it was open. I was head of security at this club. So after that club closed, after the night was over, he have an after party. So the manager of the club said, I need you to come with me to the after party. So me and my other homie, we go to the after party. When we get to the after party, bro, like, it was a lot of females in there who stand up when they use the bathroom. You see what I'm saying? Oh, so I'm thinking to myself, like, man, like, this kind of wild, bro. Like, this how y'all come. This how y'all live. How y'all
I think that was in his contract, y'all. Big homie CC had it written up in his contract that he was only bodyguard for gay clubs. That's probably why we never seen him before. And man, you had to go into the belly of the beast to see Big homie CC that bitch bodyguard. Cause he only did gay party, gay and trans. He ain't do no straight parties. It was in his contract. I seen it. Matter of fact, my sources told me. Y'all just heard my phone go off. That was my sources texting me saying, yo, the big homie CC only did gay parties.
Yeah, but they want to keep it a secret. You see what I'm saying? So he real touchy feely too. Like he grabbed this other guy, no by his neck, grabbed him by his neck and was like, "Do you have love in your heart, young man? You want to be a roach? Well, you want to walk with God?"
Snake out.
Like,
yeah, this nigga's a bozo, man. Like I can't believe niggas. We keep blowing these clowns up. Like, we gotta stop blowing up clowns, man.
You gonna let him grab you like that? But then, you know, he be on some tough guy shit too. So I guess he a tough cake toucher.
Did you see him do anything with anybody or anything, or?
No, I seen him holding hands with two men. Like this. I seen that. So, you know, like they'll have a dude come out with the paper, sign an NDA. No, I'm going to the car, bro. I'm good.
That's that about his contract.
I'm not signing no NDA. I'm going to the car. I'm good.
Yeah.
Seen that, bro.
This nigga lied.
So seeing all this come in the news, people was telling me I was crazy. Said I was a hater. Hey, you know what? I don't want to party with the girls with the third leg, man. I'm good. I just be with the guys chilling. I don't got to be in here with y'all. But if you're getting $1,500 for the night, you're going to try to find a gray area to operate in. You feel me?
Look, so he'll take payment, nigga.
What do you think about...
He'll take payment. You know, I'm tired of doing the gay parties. He probably went to his security company. Like, man, why y'all keep booking me for gay parties, man? They like, well, you know, big homie, we paying you $1,500 a night. I'm probably like, all right, fuck it. I keep doing it. Shit, you feel me? You know, just mix some trays. You know, just mix it up a little bit. Like I did 10 gay parties this month. Like, god damn, they're killing me. You like that shit, though? All you gotta do is pay him.
Accused Diddy of having cameras in his house so he can record celebrities and politicians and use it as blackmail.
So I firmly believe that's true because in that sector of people, a lot of them practice Scientology. And Scientology, that was their thing. They would get people in compromising positions.
He's making this up as he go along, y'all.
They'll hold that footage over their head and get them to agree to things.
Yo, big homie CC, all jokes aside, your big homie CC was part of the slander campaign. The same people that employed Tony Busby, employed Ariel Mitchell, employed Gloria Allred, employed big homie CC as well. He was a part of the Diddy slander campaign, which means he's not to be trusted.
So, like, you know what? If you see somebody with the chain on, with that little vial of blood on their neck, well, they a Scientologist, bro. So it's definitely gonna be footage of them somewhere doing some compromising. That's how a lot of these agreements get made. People get endorsed. How they get that deal out of nowhere? Because, like, I think he one of them Scientology people, bro. Because that's probably where he got that from.
Yo, there is no proof that Diddy practiced Scientology. Like, we know who Brad Pitt, Angelina Jolie. You know what I mean? Like, we know something. Like, there is no proof that Diddy practices Scientology, yo. Like, nobody ever said that about Diddy. Until big homie CC come along and he make all these wild allegations.
I was signing a contract with him. Let me be careful here.
Yo, let's hold up, yo. Let's see. Did him and Diddy got any pictures together? Let's find out. God damn, I got hella shit open. Hold on. All these motherfuckers are lawsuits and shit. I'm gonna keep them up because we might gotta reference them again. Big homie CC pictured with Diddy.
According to Sportskeeda.com,
No.
previously during an interview with Cam Capone News, Big Homie, CC claimed Diddy had allegedly poisoned Jamie Foxx, likely causing the actor's mysterious medical complication in April 2023.
Man, Diddy ain't know this nigga. Nigga lied. He ain't got that one picture with Diddy on the internet. Lying ass nigga. Diddy probably, who the fuck is this fuck boy? I'd drop a bag on Big Homie CC if I was Diddy.
Let me be careful here, man. Let me be careful, because
I'm going too hard. They gonna shoot the fuck
that
out.
stuff about Diddy real, bro. What do you think about the Meek Mill accusations? Okay. Now, you know, I used to bodyguard Rocky Fresh, who was signed to Rose. Yeah. All right. Now, Meek said he wouldn't do a song with Rocky because Rocky wasn't street. Right. So, little things that take place, and people...
So, yo, he was a C-list... Oh, that's why his name Big Homie CC. He was a C-list celebrity bodyguard. Who the fuck is Rocky Fresh? Did anybody know who Rocky Fresh is? I never heard of him. Let's find out who's Rocky Fresh. That nigga was a C-list celebrity bodyguard, y'all. Keep throwing Meek Mill's name under the bus. What the fuck? Who is Rocky Fresh?
According to Wikipedia, Donald Howard Pullen, known professionally as Rocky Fresh, is an American rapper. He was signed to Rick Ross Maybach Music Group and Atlantic Records.
Never heard of him. Did Big Homie CC even bodyguard him? Let's see. Big Homie CC got some pictures with him. Yeah, we gotta fact check everything this nigga say, because he might be lying about everything. Nope. No pictures with Rocky Fresh. More unfounded claims. Right, for real though, Fox. This man's crazy. Yo, Meek explained the matching shirt situation, man.
But now, with some of this stuff's coming out, if you look at his body of work, it's been strange things in his history. So then, you know, you go on his Twitter page, you click on his likes, bro. You see things that he's liking. That's questionable.
What are you liking, bro?
Would you come up in here with a matching shirt with me?
Hell no.
Hell no. Ace, would you pop out with a matching shirt with me, bro?
Meek Mill spoke about the matching shirt thing recently. Meek Mill speaks about matching shirt with Diddy. Meek Mills speaks about matching shirt with fucking Domino's Pizza. Get the fuck out of here. Go to Chig Smooth page for that. Oh, come on, Xfinity. Y'all said I got best internet service. This shouldn't be moving mad slow. This shit should be moving like lightning. It's not lightning speed, right? It's definitely funny, cause I would have took my shirt off. I came in the motherfucker. I came in the club, nigga, and me and my man had on the same shirt. Now somebody gotta wear a tank top.
Everybody that's around Diddy or used to party with them looks like they're now starting to come forward with some explanation. Even though him and Diddy got so many questionable pictures, so many videos of them, specifically this one.
Man, you doing it, man. You deserve it, daddy. You putting in that work. Proud of you. I love you.
Yeah. Meek always hated anytime anybody would question him about Diddy. Actually, the last time it happened, Meek actually threatened the publications with war. Meek said, none of these publications are owned by black men. Posted things to destroy the names and brands of the culture. I'm gonna stand on this.
Like that,
I know it's somebody behind this. I'm gonna start a war behind it too when I find out. Well, looks like Meek's research must have turned up empty. Because last night, Meek actually voluntarily gave up information about Diddy and his parties. Meek said, just to put that on record. And the craziest thing I seen at Puff parties is coke vibes. And that's going on at all the parties. I'm from North Philly. I had millions since I was 23. I don't ever want to be addicted to weed. Not judging, but I see it different. So right now, according to Meek, the worst thing he ever saw at Diddy's parties was just a little bit of blow, you guys. Nothing too crazy. Now, whether or not you guys want to believe Meek, that's up to you guys. He also addressed one of the most infamous pictures that's been going around, the matching shirt with Diddy. He said, story time. Coachella, stopped at Max Field in LA, grabbed the silk type Gucci set because people said it would be hot, then jumped on a chopper and landed. When I ran into Puff, I was salty we had on the same thing, but shit wasn't nothing to a king. We all got the whole store. So there you guys have it. This was just a coincidence, you guys. Puff did not give him this matching set and said, yo, daddy.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie though, Meek. I wouldn't have took no picture. Yo, I wouldn't have took no picture, bro. I actually took the shirt off. I'd have just been shirtless in that bitch. But hey, everybody different, man. Sweet to Meek Mills, man, for keeping the shirt on. Fuck that shit. That shit just don't feel right, yo. I ain't gonna lie. Can't wear the same shirt, bro. And take a picture together. Nah, fuck no. Nigga don't, I really do that. Nigga don't need to be doing that shit with that girl. I damn sure ain't ready to do that shit with another guy. But it was harmless though, man. It wasn't set up. Like they ain't call each other. Like, you know what? It'd be great that we wear the same clothes. You know. What's up, Sharif? I mean, we throw the same shit on. Y'all think that should have crushed the internet? I don't think that's what was being talked about. Yo, y'all want to continue watching Big Homie CC and his lies? Yo, why the fuck do that shit always do this, man? Shit fucking stupid. Yeah, I just took the shirt off, yo. I just couldn't do it. I ain't gonna lie. Couldn't do the matching shirt thing. That's 11:45.
Shirt with me, bro. Style. Put that on something. You gonna pop out with, no, boy, it's not going like that, bro. Would you let me call you daddy?
Hell no.
No, bro. I've been saying this for years. I say, man, these boys strange, bro. The things they into is strange. I've seen so much. I've seen a lot, bro. So, like with him, look how he responded to the situation. Not one time did he come out and say these things are a lie. Did you see that?
Yep.
He didn't say that.
He didn't deny it.
No, he didn't deny nothing. Because if he denied it, what's finna come out? Footage.
So you think Diddy has footage on Meek?
For sure. He got cameras through his whole crib. Every millionaire, billionaire I've been around, bro, they got, so I know what's going on. So if I go into the bathroom, I'm gonna cut the lights off.
Yo, is there any truth that he's been? I'm done with him. It's getting late. I can't listen no more of this bullshit. Like, yo, is there any proof that he been around any millionaires or billionaires? I mean, you go to his Instagram page. He take pictures with a lot of people, you know. But do he know these guys well enough to create narratives on them? Fuck no, man. This nigga was bodyguard for Rocky Fresh. You don't go from Rocky Fresh to Diddy like that. I think you got a few more layers to break through before you bodyguard. These guys go to Rick Ross. Like he bodyguard for Rick Ross artists, not Rick Ross. But now he trying to say he knew Diddy and he worked for him. Man, get the fuck out. This nigga's a bozo. I'm about sick of these niggas. Yo, hit that like button. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, yo. I appreciate everybody that tapped in. I think this was a good live. We got to look at a lot of the fuckery, laugh at a couple of niggas. CSI STI exposed himself for being a rat. I'm not surprised. I don't think he realized he exposed himself. He might know now. You know, he might know now that he exposed himself. You know, I think he'll live a much better life just being a civilian. He can hang with Woody in peace. They can go to the mall together. They can eat ice cream together. You know, they can be more close as friends. You know what I mean? Because they're more along the lines of the same person. And appreciate everybody that tapped in. Yo, hit that like button. It's another day. Keep it you news. And I'm out. It's sweet to the soul.